Here we go.
Lovely.
Today, we begin our session not with the party, but about 2 miles out west of Port Theridun. Our view is on an old manufacturing facility, one previous wrought with battle. The corpses of dead cultists lay bare. We see a shallow grave outside. We see a hand peek through the dirt below. Slowly climbing out of the mud is a small figure, one adorned in a cloak, shadowed face. This figure pulls a letter out of their cloak and reads off a few names. You see small glowing eyes looking towards the great walls of Port Theridun. As they begin to walk, we transition to the view of the party. It is deep, early in the morning. Everyone is asleep. Actually, need to turn this down just a tad bit. Zara, you're sleeping in your room with Yerk.
Okay.
You hear a little knock on the door.
What? Yes, I'm in.
You look at the door. It doesn't open, but you see a small shadow beginning to sprawl across the floor underneath the door, begin making its way towards the center of the room. You begin to see a shrouded figure begin apparating out of the shadow. You see a red and silver cloak pulled tight over a small form, maybe 2.5, 3 feet tall. You see little hooves. You see a lamb-like figure, small little horns peeking out over the hood. Hello? Are you Zara?
Damn it, is it that time already? To
No,
collect?
no, I do not work for Zarthal. I am a new friend. It's nice to meet
Alright.
you. My name is Wilma.
Nice to meet you too, Wilma. Seemed awfully familiar.
I get that a lot. As she appears in the room, welcome everybody to session 16 of Cosmo Eternum. The previous day was full of events. Well, current day, as it happened at midnight. A fight between the party and the birth of a vassal. Arguments and disdain for each other. Frustrations vocalized. New friends left. Old friends rejoin. And some new people entering the fray. The date is the morning of March 2nd, 075 post-transference. As we begin this session, Wilma begins to speak. You are one of the workers of Zarthal, correct?
Yes.
Oh, so I have found the right party. You work with, and she fumbles around with a piece of paper and opens it. One Yerk, Lou, an Atlas, and a Malric. Correct?
Yes.
Oh, well, I would like to introduce myself to your party as a whole. Um, but there is some conversation that I need to get through with you first. See, I've been charged with this duty that I must complete before meeting the rest of your party.
Okay. How can I help you?
Have they told you about an individual by the name of Sinrir?
Not particularly, but the name seems familiar.
Oh, well, they were involved in a battle with some people they saw as cultists in a crimsonium manufacturing facility just northwest of here. Well, in that process, they came in contact with my patron by the name of Sinrir, and they were asked to help assist with some of his duties, some of his goals. As it was slightly unclear as to what you all had decided, I was sent as a emissary to speak with you all. Something has come up that we need help with. I was wanting to ask your party for some assistance and to more clarify the extent of the offering. I know you haven't met, but your party has, so I wanted to talk with you and kind of inform you what our deal is and what we're asking, so that you can possibly be caught up with the party information-wise. That is, if you'll
Okay.
have me. I don't want to intrude on your slumber.
Well, I'm not the one slumbering, and she kind of looks over at Yerk, passed out, snoring away.
You see, she kind of
He's still
looks
sitting
at
up.
Yerk and just does a and shakes her head a bit and kind of looks somberly down.
Um, about this Sinrir,
Yes.
what can you tell me about this person?
Well, Sinrir, as I see him, is a visionary. He is a man that has been faulted, his life destroyed by higher powers. And he has the wish to break everyone else, every other mortal, free of the extent of these higher powers' abuse. For lack of a better term, he is wanting to separate existence from the hand of divinity. And I know it may be a little harder for you to understand as you are patroned yourself by Zarthal. And I understand the extent of your agreement is quite tricky to work around. But when your party met, he offered the same goals to them and information. I was sent here as more of a personable emissary of his. I am a high priest of the followers of the broken. It's what they refer to themselves as. He has the support of the embodiments of the seven sens, and he is requiring to gain the powers of each of their vestiges, their masks. They achieve their masks, they gain power. With their help, he will see his goals out. For the betterment of humanity and for the freedom of all who roam this planet. It was a lengthy conversation with your party, but that is the synopsis.
Is he? Well, it sounds like to me he's super powerful already. Is that correct?
Correct. He is powerful because of the support that he has been given and the trust that's been put in him by other mortals and the sins themselves.
So, why me and my party?
Because you all have a bigger part to play in the world. Don't know if your party has referred to them, But your party is in possession of knowledge in regards to a few prophecies. Now, these prophecies are not allotted to all parties around. I actually just arrived from a different party that was being offered the same help the Sinrir is offering you all. But they did not have these prophecies. They are unaware of what has been going on. So the importance of the information that your party has may lend some insight into helping Sinrir in his plan and his goals. But I am not here to force you to help. I'm simply here to offer a helping hand. If it were to be taken, that is preferred, but if it is not, we will understand.
What will happen if we don't?
Nothing.
There's always a cause and effect. Don't lie to me.
I'm not lying. Sinrir and his followers will attempt to continue finding their plan, but I assumed you meant what would happen to you. No harm will come to you directly from us if you refuse to help. We are not ones to force our wishes onto people who don't want to help. Our whole ideology is based around the freedom of choice. If you choose not to help us, it is up to you. If you choose to lend us a hand, then we will reward in kind. Some of your friends, I think I came on a little too strong. One of them pointed something at me when I appeared the first time, and I was killed. I don't know if it was a crossbow or something else, but it was put through my head, and I blacked out for quite a while.
Seems like something they would do. Not out of character for them. And what Wilma would see is like my eyebrows kind of just in curiosity. I don't mean to harp on the question, but I think it's very interesting that you say that you all are this group that doesn't force people by hand to join you, but yet you've already spoken to my group. And from what it sounds like to me is they didn't agree to anything, but yet you're still here asking again.
Well, Atlas had agreed to help. The party didn't give a discernible answer. It wasn't a
Atlas isn't
yes
here
or a
yet.
no. Oh, Atlas is not here? What happened?
Let's just say the prophecies that you speak of are now a part of him.
Oh. Do you mean to say that a prophecy has come to fruition?
Yes.
I see. Well, my condolences to you and your party. But I was not given a clear answer. Or I guess I should say, nor Senrir wasn't given a clear answer, so he wanted to lend me as a person of information to get more of a discernible answer, and to make sure that the party is aware that the door is always open. It will never be shut to the opportunity for help. But I wanted to get you caught up before I have a more formal conversation with the party as a whole. And I have a personal question, if you don't mind me asking.
Sure.
How's Wilbert doing?
I think he's doing pretty well.
Good. He's my cousin. He succeeded the job that I once had as the associate of Zarthal. I left for my current job, and Wilbert took my place. And as I understand, there is a good chance that he is your liaison contact for Zarthal. I understand you're a Reaper, so I understand if your opinion of the Divine is a little bit more for it. than against.
Yeah. So
It's
if
good to hear
this
you're doing well.
conversation with everyone is split, how would that go?
Those that wish to help would be offered assistance in some means. Powers that I am allotted to give. Not to be taken away, but to be given as a reward for help. For you,
You
I
see,
feel
she
like the thing I'm going to ask of you all may align with your own goals.
she's interested. Okay. Well, thank you for catching me up,
Yes.
Wilma.
Yes.
I appreciate that information. Um, and as you said, you need a more definite answer from the group.
It's more of a formal conversation, one not limited by time.
Okay. Well, they should be up shortly. So, is there a particular area you would like to speak, or do you prefer to be in a more secluded area, or?
I will find my place in one of the more private booths of the tavern below. I will wait on you all if you wish to have a private conversation beforehand. That is completely okay with me before you arrive as a group. I do wish to not be killed again. It does take a lot of time for me to get back to the material plane, and quite a stern talking to from my higher ups.
Can't promise that, Wilma, but we'll try our best.
That
You
is
have
all.
my word.
That is all I can ask from you. I can only hold you accountable to your own actions, not others.
All right. Well, we will see you shortly.
Alrighty. Thank you very much for hearing me out. And you see she once again dissipates into the shadow and recedes out into the hallway.
And you would see Zara jump up and then kind of knock Yerk in the side with her elbow, like, get up.
Just a little bit more.
Get up. I know you weren't sleeping. Wait, were you
What?
actually sleeping?
Yes.
Oh, thought you were listening in. Oh, well, we have some visitor downstairs.
Visitor?
Yes.
Um, who were they?
This cute little imp-looking thing, by the name of Wilma. She says that she's run into you guys before. Something about killing her by accident on purpose during some kind of cultist fight.
Oh, that.
Seems she's come back for revenge. Joking.
That was a bit quick on the draw on Luke's part there.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
But it was slightly warranted with the vassal that we had to take care of.
You didn't mention that. But either way, she's downstairs and she wants to talk to the group. So if you want to start heading down, I'll let the rest of the group know.
Yes, just give me a moment while I collect myself a bit. You hit me a bit too hard there.
Sorry about that. And then you'd see I walk out the door towards the others' rooms.
All right.
I would go to Lou's room.
All right. Knock, knock, knock.
It's the beginning of a new month, right?
Mm-hmm. It is the 2nd of
she-
March.
Wasn't she supposed to be expecting somebody then at the end of the month?
You called Varzil early.
I thought he said he was going to be calling again anyway.
I mean, he will, but that's not until the 17th.
I thought he meant by the end of the month again. Okay.
Nope, there's still some time.
She'll answer the door. Yes.
Morning. Hope you slept well. Wilma, little imp, shot in the face, cultist fight, anything like that ring a bell?
I don't know anybody named Wilma. I don't exactly remember who exactly I shot. The last thing I do remember is one of them was still alive, and last time that one of them was left alive, they took us to a vassal fight that pretty much nearly killed all of us.
You'd see like Zara's kind of giggling. Well, Wilma's downstairs and she wants to have a chat with the entire group about some Stenrir guy. So
Is this somebody that you know?
she just happened to pop up in my room. She knows me, it seems, but I don't know her.
Cousin of Wilbert.
Yeah, cousin of Wilbert, which is my liaison to Zarthal.
I guess, do you trust them enough to hear him out?
Why not? It's a new day.
Because mind you, she's thinking you're talking about somebody else and not specifically the imp.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
so
Yeah.
just a fair warning ahead that
You're not recalling quite yet.
I mean, yes, she seemed fine.
All right, well, give me a minute to do my morning checks and head that way.
All right, sounds good. I will go wake up the elf guy. You see her kind of walk off into the hallway.
All right. Balin, you get a knock on your door.
I'm not even in my room.
You're
Last
not?
session, me and Caesar got up early, talked in the hallway, went to go eat breakfast.
Oh, yeah. Right.
Well, Zara doesn't know that.
Yeah, so
No
you're not
no
gonna get an
answer on the door.
Yes, he left too, I guess. She walks downstairs and sees Valen and I guess Caesar eating. Oh, there you are. I thought you took off on us.
Nope,
Quite-
well, us elves need only 4 hours of sleep.
Quite an early bird, it seems.
Are you talking to me or are you talking to Valen?
To you.
Oh,
This is Caesar talking.
yeah, not by choice. We have a visitor, and she kind of looks around the tavern. She's there.
You
And
see
she
a
points towards
a very like small little peek around, just like a little wave.
kicking.
Yeah, the little
Uh-huh.
hooves just hanging off the edge of the booth.
Got a visitor here by the name of Wilma, which is the cousin of Wilbert, which is my liaison to Zarthal.
Oh, that little imp guy that showed up occasionally.
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
She wants to talk about some Sinrir guy, and some kind of deal he wants, I guess. I have no idea. She kind of caught me up to speed, but I'm still kind of gray of what exactly happened, so I'm sure I'll find out in that conversation. You, Elven man, do you know what happened?
I have no clue. And the name's Valen.
Oh, sorry. Bailey.
Otherwise known as Twigleg. Feel free to call him that too.
Oh, I so wish Lou was there for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if you like to join, she's there. I will be over there.
Is this a you all thing, or can I attend, or do you want
Sure,
the
it's
DM to
fine.
talk to himself during a conversation?
Up to you. Dear world, we're just living in it.
Well, I've got a meeting with Ophelia in the Amberglass Witches Tower. I will be around town I've got some business to attend to, but you all can have fun with that conversation. Valen, if you're were wanting to find the good spots around the city for tomes, scrolls, and such, I'll be out and about.
I'll look for you after our conversation.
Sounds good.
Do not go see Dragar without me.
I cannot promise that I won't maybe not go see him before you are aware that I am doing so.
Caesar. Well,
I'll
at
say
least
this.
we-
I personally won't go see him myself.
Well, if you end up not doing anything to him, just save parts of it for me.
Oh, I wouldn't ruin all the fun.
That's all I ask. Anywho,
Well, I'm heading
Um,
off to not go see Dragar from a distance.
okay.
You never change, Caesar. You never change.
Beep.
Off we
So, Valen, you want to head over to the booth?
Already on the way.
All right.
Lou,
And she follows behind.
Lou and Yerk, about this time, would you be waking up? Getting going?
Yeah, like Lou said, she's doing some checking.
Is there
On
anything
stuff.
specific you're wanting to look at? Anything
Yeah,
that
she's-
roll required?
I'll tell you when we'll find out.
All right.
She's going over the turret golem, making sure it's fine and everything's okay. She's also going to check the messaging system. She's still curious on why Atlas was able to get something from the NGC, but she hasn't. And I know part of it's that whole she's turned up dead, but she's also wondering if there's something she might have missed.
All right. All right, go ahead, roll an investigation check.
And on my new dice, 11.
Access denied, credentials revoked.
Oh,
So that's
no.
revoked.
From what you can tell, at first, it was a restriction on your credentials. Now it is completely denying your credentials as a certified passcode.
Yeah. Okay. And then just a quick question: what would you say is your set DC for recognizing somebody that you came across?
I'd say it'd probably be like an 11.
11. Okay.
Very basic. It's pretty easy to remember faces.
Okay. Then she'll start making her way down as well.
All right. Bang!
You want-
No
You're-
questions.
well, I have a question. Does Zara still have my gun?
Zara
I
still has your
do.
gun, yes.
What do you do?
And the suck started.
Sluggishly, Yerk will head down then.
Also, you still have 5 more days until you can use your divine intervention again.
You should get that now too.
So it wherever, whether it's in your notes or whatnot, if you want to mark down, you still have 5 days before you
Yo.
can use it again. Also, as a new set standard, I have decided that Misty Step can be used as a reaction.
Sweet.
So
No, how
just for those
convenient.
of you,
Damn.
you only get 1 reaction
Damn.
per turn in combat, and it still uses a spell component or a spell slot to do so.
Hey, Zara, can I have my gun back?
You try to get it back.
I would at least like to clear the jam in it.
It's cleared.
And DM, by the way. That DC that I rolled. She doesn't recognize.
All right. So as you guys walk down, Zara, Valen, you see them walking down the stairs and kind of catch your eye.
Over here.
This the Miss William you were talking about?
Oh, hello. And she folds her hood down. You see the little imp figure, lamb-like features. You're not going to shoot me in the head again, are you?
Again, I don't
I
recognize you.
was crawling out of the cloak of one of the followers at the Crimsonium manufacturing facility. You saw movement, and I don't know what you used, but you put something through my head, and I died, and it took me a long time to get back.
Survived that time.
I'd say I'd say as she's describing it, you know. You recall the situation. You don't recall actually seeing the figure. You didn't give much time to take a description. You just shot and left.
Okay.
But the story is you're recalling it.
Okay. Then yeah, she'll whip her pistol out, and the turret golem will take a sight at her.
Oh.
You see her eyes are kind of like two opposite directions.
Oh, she's
Instead of-
cross-eyed now.
Yeah, her eyes are just like she's just like huddled in the corner.
Oh.
So let me guess, you came back to finish what you fuckers started by sending us to another vassal?
No, that was a mistake.
Wasn't a mistake by sending us, that's for damn sure. If it really was a mistake, we wouldn't have been sent, now would we?
Not necessarily. I'm here to explain the situation, as there were a lot of questions.
Let's get kicked out. Put your gun
and
away,
such.
please. Luvon's looking over here.
You see she's got like a little... She's very shakingly drinking from her little teacup.
Well,
I want to roll an inside check to see if Lou believes her.
No, sure. Go ahead.
Zara's just like,
That's a -1.
oh my
Damn.
gosh.
This is the most trustworthy person you've ever seen. She does look genuinely like she's wincing, like she's about to have to deal with this again. I came here to explain the situation and kind of give further insight as to what happened.
Listen, just go ahead. Just start spewing at the mouth before it gets any worse.
Okay. What you guys encountered was a separate sect of our followers. I'm from a group of people known as the Followers of the Broken. We follow Sinrir, who I understand you met and had a conversation with. Before these events, or after these events. It's a little hazy.
Was after.
After. The sect of people that you encountered were more volatile followers, ones that do not truly follow our scripture and our gospel, those that find it is within their right to force the belief on others by whatever means they see fit. For them, it was taking over a Crimsonium manufacturing facility, imbuing themselves with more arcane mana than their bodies could handle, and trying to force a connection between them and our patron. So I would like to first formally extend an apology for having to see the worst side of us. We do not condone it, and those who were involved have since been separated from the community.
Here's the thing.
Oh, there wasn't
That
much
vassal,
left.
how fast were they able to bring that vassal to where it was when we faced it?
What do you mean?
From my understanding, it takes a while for anybody to even reach that type of power, whether it's training or magical means. Now, I'm sure there's some sort of shortcut they could have taken.
So,
But what it also sounds like is that the separate sect that y'all have is still not under complete, how you would say, taken care of yet.
well, with any belief system, there are going to be those that are more volatile. Even within the Church of Lathander or the Church of Bahamut, I'm sure you can understand some are more the crusading type than the personable type. It happens with every religion, every belief system. That is not what we claim as our own, and we expressly speak against that sort of forceful nature. What happened with the vassal is that was an individual that at one point was blessed by Sinrir and was given a piece of Sinrir's grace. They then used this crimsonium to amplify the power. They basically forced a imbuement of that power more than they could sustain, as per why they became a vassal, a self-proclaimed vassal of Sinrir. It was a new birth, not a full power, and at some point the power would have swayed, and it would not have been able to sustain itself. It was not a true vassal, if you will.
So then,
that is kind of
whenever
why
this person-
Sinrir showed himself.
whenever this person received the blessing, was that before they became disassociated with what their original teachings were?
Correct. They were a part of a community further south in the country of Sarconia. They had just recently broken away from the centralized sect of our belief, our community. They got it in their heads that the only way they could bring more people into our understanding is by force. So they sought out multiple crimsonium manufacturing facilities to try and bolster their power as a group of crusaders. We had been hunting them down and trying to figure out what they were doing and trying to clean up their mess. But as you know, a lot of civilized people will take the worst of a group and claim it to be the whole. Which is kind of why Sinrir presented himself when possible to try to mend a little bit of that, and as per why I am here as a emissary of sorts, to explain and answer any questions that you have. I would hate for the worst of us to deem your opinion of the greater goal that we hold.
I guess all gods aren't all knowing then, as the people have said. She'll put away the weapon and the turret golem will stand down.
Like I said, I am here to answer any questions that you may have about the event or our gospel, as well as I am here to ask for some aid.
There's only two of us that even remember or know what was going on and what happened. It's me and Yerk over here.
Yes, I meant to ask where Malric and I have an inkling as to what happened to Atlas, but felt like a formal ask would fit better.
Malric disappeared on us. We don't know where he went. Last we heard, he was chasing after you, Zara, but I guess he passed by you as soon as he left. As far as Atlas goes, he became a vestige of the war prophesied being.
Rocky.
Oh, a vassal of prophecy?
Yes.
Which that you said the war prophecy.
Yes.
So another kind of reason why I was sent is because you all have information in regards to these prophecies we've heard of, that may aid in Sinrir's goals. I believe he has already informed you all kind of what those goals are.
He has.
But I would like to learn as much as I can about these prophecies. It seems you all have the most concrete knowledge of them. As well as asking for your aid, but we can get to that after.
I can't speak for everybody else, but I'm still not certain about helping out the Senrir.
Of course. I knew you were apprehensive, but it wasn't a solidified, clear answer. And I was asked to give you more information if it would help you decide. One way or another is fine. If you choose not to help, we are okay with that. But we thought we may extend a attempt.
I sympathize with Senrir's goals, but the way he's doing it, I do not want to follow in that way.
In what way do you mean?
The way just to get rid of gods completely.
He doesn't want to get rid of them. He doesn't want to kill them. He wants to prevent their guiding hand. He does not want to end them completely, but he wants to limit their interactions with the material plane. As a connection to the material plane inherently has a sense of ownership, responsibility. It allows them the expectation of themselves to do something in the ways of a divine plan or help or moving things, trying to enact certain goals.
Wilma, so you're saying it's basically being severed from divine and material world. Does this include Eternus?
Where did you hear that name?
That was who was released and became the vassal of Atlas. That Atlas became the vassal of.
Another vassal of Eternus. Is that what the prophecies are telling of?
Seems like
We
it.
have
One of them now.
You see her
One of
eyes.
them.
You see her eyes go wide. And if a lamb could sweat, she'd be sweating.
And it looks like
That's a little bit more concerning.
yeah.
How much do you know about Eternus and his vassals?
Always keen for new
As-
information.
Nothing much new. Nothing specific about his vassals that we were told specifically. A lot of it is what they say is state secrets, higher requirement secrets.
So, I may have a little bit of more information. Zara, as I told you, I used to work for Zarthal.
Right.
Zarthal being the father of Aleo, the current cardinal witch. Also the niece of Lucifer, daughter of Zarthal and Azrael.
Mhm.
I used to be their liaison in that mess. So I was witness to a lot of the Watchmen's going about, especially with the vassals.
Mhm.
There were three vassals. Each had their own individual powers bestowed upon them by Eternus, the Eternal Void, a being locked away by Kalimvor in order to allow Kalimvor to create reality. One vassal is needed for the three eternal shackles. If they come to fruition and break the shackles, Eternus becomes free and existence ceases to exist entirely. No time, no space, just void. If what you speak of is true, how many prophecies do you have information on?
famine, and that's entirely from us.
You kind of cut out, Yerk.
Pestilence.
You have gotten 2 prophecies. One for that we found out as war. The other one, pestilence. Um,
Side note, Zara,
The,
you
uh,
also have one
In my orb.
separate from the group. You technically have 2. They have 2. Each one of you has one. The other doesn't. But just to remind you of that. Well, from what you've said, if this war prophecy led to a vassal of Eternus being born, then most likely there are 2 more. Most likely, somehow or some way, Eternus is attempting to birth 3 new vassals to attempt to escape again. The Watchmen were successful in defeating them before they could release Eternus entirely. However, there were fragments of his power that were released. So if this prophecy indicates a new birth, it is most likely that Eternus is attempting to fully release his power as he has failed previously.
He had mentioned that.
Go ahead.
He had mentioned that as Eternus did. He spoke to all of us.
He spoke.
Spoke.
Jay-Z, you kind of sound really low.
Do I sound low?
There you go.
He spoke to all of us, saying that a child of war would be born, and that would set his shackles ablaze and bring upon the new age of his eternal void. Thus, a corrupted banshee hawk was released and didn't kill us, but flew away.
And it does seem like that is his current goal. Now, some people have found some of these fragments of power that were left over from the battles with the Watchmen. There is as far as we know, the previous group that I was with before you all has their hands on a grimoire of sorts. But this grimoire is a piece of Eternus's power. As they hold on to it, it calls them, a whispering voice in their mind trying to lead them to the eternal shackles, and is a fragment of Eternus's power trying to lead them to specific goals quite forcefully. Other people have found other fragments of this power. I won't be too specific. She's kind of... You can tell she's trying not to eye you, Zara.
I know.
But these fragments of power seem to have aided in Eternus's ability to more effectively interact with the material plane from his eternal cage in the abyss.
I need something cleared up real quick. From the information that I've been able to gather, as far as I understand it, in my shit note taking, the Watchmen were given a higher purpose from the Lonely Mage.
Yes.
They were to stop Sinrir, correct?
Yes.
But they were the ones that birthed Eternus.
In order for Eternus's plan to be stopped, there had to be a power to stop. So whether it was a lie or not necessarily deceit, more of an omission, the Lonely Mage and his caretaker may have manipulated the Watchmen into bringing upon the vassals of Eternus in order to defeat them, to defeat those fragments of power that lay left over from the war eons ago. So the Lonely Mage manipulated the Watchmen into causing the death of Sinrir, his second death, which its own prophecy allotted to the birth of the barbarian vassal of Eternus. Then there was the sorcerer vassal, a fragment of Eternus's power that was locked away in a necklace of holding. And then finally the death of Leovon Excutia, who held a fragment of Eternus's power, turning him into the assassin vassal. It seems in their all-knowing plan that the Lonely Mage brought about the vassals in order to defeat them, in hopes that it finalized the locking away of all of Eternus's power. But it seems during that fight, one of these shackles was broken, and more fragments of Eternus spilled out into the material plane. A few of which certain groups around this planet have seen to stumble across. So
It'd be
So if we wanted to
possible-
stop Eternus, how would we go upon doing that?
finalize his locking away, eliminate all sources, all fragments of his power that have been left, prevent the vassals from ever coming to fruition by destroying the fragments before they can assume a material form.
And by destroying, is it as simple as breaking something? Is it as simple as using some sort of magic? Everything we need to know to destroy parts of Eternus.
You cannot destroy Eternus. He is a fundamental piece of reality. For light, there has to be dark. For existence, there has to be an equal amount of anti-existence, an absent of existence, for reality to exist outside of. It's not so much as destroying the fragments, but to returning them to the abyss. Locking these fragments away where Eternus resides. Returning them to that cage where they are supposed to be.
And you don't think Senior going through with his plan to blockade the gods from their divine interventions, another possibility of that reality breaking?
I am not one to question his will. But, in my own perception, my guess is that what the Celestial Council did to Eternus, Sinrir wishes to do to them. Lock them away into the abyss. Prevent them from entering the space of reality. Gods are not easy to kill, but they can be locked away. And so, that's what he means by severance. He wants to lock them away so they may not force their wishes upon reality, such as Eternus wants to do. He sees it one and the same. If Eternus is let free, then Eternus will imbue his will. If it is wrong for him to imbue his will, why is it right for the gods to do it themselves?
If that is true, then why did this Lonely Mage manipulate? Why did she want to manipulate the Watchmen into doing this?
The Lonely Mage wanted to, in their best judgment, rid it for good. In their plan, they thought that releasing these powers in order to lock them away would be far easier than the individual items. As well as if, for instance, the barbarian vassal, you would have had to lock away his vessel, which was Sinrir at the time. In their opinion, that would be wrong and unfair to Sinrir to punish him for the deeds of something that is residing in him unwillingly. Same thing with Leovon Excutia and the necklace itself. So the best way to individualize the punishment would be to release them and then lock them away, as to not affect those that don't deserve it. Now, regardless of my own opinions on what the Lonely Mage did, it's hard to disagree with the logic of it.
If I'm guessing correctly, the only reason why Eternus became to being is as a reaction for Senri becoming ascended.
What do you mean?
I guess the question better is, where did Eternus start from?
Eternus has always existed. Eternus is the brother of Kelemvor. They both existed at the same time. In the beginning of everything, Eternus was the absence of reality, a void, all-consuming. Kelemvor was existence itself, and there was a very long battle in which Kelemvor was able to lock Eternus away in a different dimension known as the Abyss. Once Eternus was locked away, then Kelemvor had free reign to begin creating, to begin developing existence as we know it. So they have always existed. Eternus, technically more, Eternus was always here until, for some immaculate conception of space's and reality's innate need for creation, Kelemvor was born soon after. And then they fought. And then once the first gods, the divine souls, were born, Kelemvor stepped away and observed from a distance as his creation to begin being set in motion, to watch it and observe. So Eternus has always existed, but he has always been attempting to escape so that he may consume once again. He has this incessant need for the absence of reality.
So then why is Senri doing all this?
Sinrir wants to enact his plan because he sees a fault with reality at hand. He believes people have the right to exist. He doesn't want to destroy reality. What he wants to do is hold the gods accountable for their own actions and what they've caused, whether it is the death of people, destruction of places, things, ideologies. He wants true freedom. And just like we wouldn't have freedom in a world with Eternus reigning, it would be fair to assume that we could not have a free world if the gods are doing the same. So if you separate all of them, existence will still continue, just without their hand. A true freedom for those that are born and are living within the material plane.
What will it do for those that rely on the gods for their day-to-day life?
Their powers would be severed. Let me clarify what you're saying, so I might answer more correctly.
Mm-hmm. I am referencing as in a faith-based. I can tell Yerk, for example, he's a religious guy. He looks for it for direction, faith, answers to questions he may not have. Whether he doesn't necessarily draw power from his faith necessarily when it comes to arcane magic or things of that nature. So let's say Sinrir's plan does come to fruition, and then the divine severs connection with the material plane. For people like Yerk, how would that impact speaking to their god?
There would be none. The acts, the abilities, the efficiency, the goals and actions done by the denizens of the material planes would be their own. The powers that you gain would be completely reliant on your own abilities, your own tenacity, your own intelligence. It would be a world in which no one person may be thrust into the limelight and exceed past everyone else without working for it. There are people on this planet that have far exceeded the power that they're worth, and they abuse it, all because of these gifts that they were bestowed.
Wouldn't change anything. It would still be the same, even if he did cut off the gods.
But your decisions would be yours. The fates would no longer have a hold on reality.
Yeah, I get that part, but it wouldn't be good and it wouldn't be bad. Everything would still be the same. So
And for once, I think I agree with Lou.
what is the purpose of doing this if it won't change anything?
How many people do you think have died due to the divine plan? In which other situations they would have just continued to exist?
Here's thousands, hundreds. There's no way to count it. But at the same time, they're still the same on even if the divine didn't intervene.
There would be a lot less of a capacity for actions to be manipulated. One of the biggest instances of this is the war in Bostria. The biggest holy war to ever extend in our timeline. And she looks at Yerk, the burning of the Sky Tree. The slaughtering of the changelings. The birth of the Banshee Hawk. The monsters and gargantuan monstrosities that were born out of that war were all through the sake of divinity. The Giantkins themselves prided themselves on being crusaders for their god. If it wasn't for the gods, none of that would have happened. The magics wouldn't have existed to create such monstrosities. The deaths of an entire country would have been prevented. So we want to prevent that in the future. If it wasn't for the gods, what's happening now wouldn't have happened.
There's a little contradiction going on right now. You said that the powers wouldn't be there, the magic wouldn't be there, but yet you said that magic would still be persistent even after the gods being cut off from this world.
I never said magic would be persistent.
So magic would be cut off. Okay, I thought I might have heard wrong. Sorry.
Everything that the gods have bestowed would be gone. Magic, divine gifts, the fates. Your power would be reliant on your own physical, in-moment ability.
I see that. But it was labeled as a holy war for the divine. How could it have been any different from saying that the war could have been for a certain kingdom, expanding into more territory, wanting more? How would that be any different than what would the gods be interfering?
Because that's the point. It is our own decisions, not the gods. It is not their place to enact their will upon us, as they see as lesser creatures, as creatures to be manipulated, to be told, to be pathed in a certain direction. The gods of the Giantkins set them upon this path. If it wasn't for those gods and the magics they were bestowing on those people, the Sky Tree would still be standing. An entire civilization of people would still exist today. It would have been impossible for the Sky Tree to be burned down if it was not for the magics gifted on the Giantkins. The Luxian massacre. 2.4 million people eradicated in 17 hours. That's 2 million people that would still exist today if it was not for the magics of the gods being bestowed on a single mortal. One who
Well,
had
like you
no
said,
right.
Like you said, with good comes evil, with life comes death. Whether the gods be at play or not, people will kill people. And I'm sure some of the gods have intervened to also save life. And hypothetically, checks and balances. Let's say we help in severing the connection. Who's gonna be in control of the cosmic order of life, death, laws, chaos, and all of that? It seems like severing that connection would cause destabilization for not just the material plane, but for the divine plane as well.
It would be left to the mortal decision. You and your friends, the civilization to grow out from under. The people who at first were not able to let their voices be heard as they were oppressed by the force of others' magic. They would be given a voice, they would be given a chance. From what we do believe that humanity is innately good. And with enough time and enough effort, some solace can come to fruition if Luxelheim and Erosia weren't so concentrated on their divine right. They may be able to find some solace in the other countries, a community, a world as a whole working together for the benefit of all, rather than the benefit of some just for the due of divine right.
And what if you're wrong?
It's not our
What if-
place.
Right. And if Sinrir is wrong with this idea of severing the connection, there's no going back, because then the gods can't play within the material world.
Even if he is wrong for his reasonings, would it not be better to allow mortals to have the freedom of that choice rather than a forceful hand?
Well, I feel pretty free right now, and to be honest, sometimes the devil you know is better than the devil that you don't. So we're gambling with a life that we don't know, and creating not just a small little impact, but quite literally two different realms that we may not completely understand for a what if scenario, and possibly destabilizing the entire plane of humanity. What happens when we die? What happens when birth comes? What happens when
So let me ask you
people like
this.
myself, magic casters, need to do their thing?
So let me
real
ask.
quick,
Let me
too.
ask
Oh,
you
really-
this.
Really quick, too. You're putting a lot of faith in humanity that did kind of just prove themselves not being good enough with the people that deferred from where you've had followers with of Sindir.
That is because again they are doing it for their own divine right. Let me ask you this, Valen. Are you not biased due to the fact that if it was not for the magic that you possess, that you would be in a less powerful position as you are now? Your family. You. Because from what I can see, you're benefiting from these divine gifts, this magic. So I think you
I
are
benefit,
blind.
sure.
I think you are blind to the people who were not given that opportunity.
I may have magical capabilities, but that doesn't drive me to be who I am. At the end of the day, if you take away my magic capabilities, what am I left with? I'm left with intelligence. I am left with my hand-to-hand capabilities. I am left with the business side of things that doesn't revolve around magic, actually. So magic is a great tool if put in the proper hands, but I don't rely on it, and I think other people cannot rely on it as well. So I'm not necessarily biased on just because I hold magical capabilities that I use it for my own profit to abuse it in any way.
Your family does. They
What
actively
do you
do. The fighters that they acquire for the entertainment of your nation. Do you think those fighters are willingly brought upon the organization? Or do you
That's what I
think
was under the
you're...
impression of.
Well, I'm here to tell you they're not. Your parents and the people they hire use their magical prowess and their divine right to abuse people such as Malric. Zara, you remember how Malric was a fighter.
Right.
Do you know who owned him before your parents?
I just thought he was always with us.
He was a ring fighter before. And certain families, she looks at Valen, had a hand to do with that. And they did this through magical prowess and divine right. An abuse of power bestowed upon them by the gods to oppress and abuse other people who had no chance of being better because they weren't given the cards.
Look, you're not saying anything too surprising. I mean, yeah, Valen was probably ignorant about it. No, nothing against you, Valen.
I
But
was probably
somebody,
also really, really young when it happened.
exactly. But this is just from the outsider's perspective of, yeah, it would have been obvious that they were using powers and such to force people to do that. But that's just a bigger power. There's still other powers, money, status, that humanity also holds above themselves.
And there is. And I understand that, which is why I'm simply giving information. I want you to have all the information so you may come to your own decision on it. We want a world of true freedom. Will there be good? Will there be bad? Yes, but it'll be our own. No outward hand. No forceful. It would be yours and your own. And whether there are good things or bad things, there will always be a balance. But we want to prevent the chance of that balance being swayed one way or the other just because of someone who has the power to do so. I understand that I will cease to exist if this comes to fruition, and I have come to terms with that. Senrir has come to terms with the fact that he will become just a man. But it is because he loves existence, because he's been hurt, because he's had family, friends, a child, a wife taken from him because of what happened in Bostria. And he wants to prevent that from ever happening again. He understands people will die, yes, but it's by a divine hand, which is the issue, because we have no say in that.
Here's the thing: even though it probably was by a divine hand, it still wouldn't have changed anything. It probably could have still happened by a different person. The real question is, how are we supposed to tell the difference of whether something is being done by this omniscient being forcing these things on us, or by our own choices?
By getting rid of them so it's not even a question. We won't need to question whether it's them or us if we remove them from the equation entirely.
I think there's way too much risk and unknowns in following Sinrir's plan, and that's me speaking to the group, than following through with this. It seems a whole lot of what ifs and not a lot of real solid ground here.
On top of that, if you just take something out from the equation, you don't make the equation simpler. You just shorten it.
I understand.
You take the gods out, and everything still happens. Well, yeah, that's the humanity part, but what if the gods were actually the ones trying to prevent it? You know, you take the humanity out and put the gods in, it's just the same thing.
It is not their place to decide.
By who? Who says?
We do.
Is it the people who hold statuses, power, you know, shit. lost my train of thought. That decide whether what's best or worse for us. It seems like it's just a giant circle that just keeps going, but the circle is two different things. One of them being, oh, it's the divinity's involvement, or oh, it's the humanity's involvement.
I'll put it in a very simplistic way. Let's say you have an apple. Let's say you're playing a carnival game. You want to throw this apple into a water bucket. If you throw it in the water bucket, you succeed. If you don't, you fail. That is humanity. Attempting goals, attempting its life. But the divinity is a man standing next to you with a paddle. And every time you throw, they take a swing at the apple. You're going to miss more times than you're going to hit, so why not take the man with the paddle out of the equation? Rely solely on your own ability to toss the apple. Now you may miss, but you will know that it is only your effect. It is not the effect of others that are preventing you from becoming greater. You will know it is yours and yours alone. That
This
is
is
what we are
dark,
trying
so-
to achieve. We want to prevent any exterior involvement and let reality go as it was intended to, on its
Wilma,
own fruition.
your simplistic scenario is flawed. The person swinging at the apple, what if they knew that if we made it, consequences would happen for somebody that needed the apple? What if I already had two apples, but and me missing gave somebody else the opportunity to win whatever was on the other side?
It is not their place to decide. They are not playing the game of reality. We are. They are
But
not.
they also have more information than we do. They tend to know more than what we do, including the fates. They know what's happening when we do an action. They know how things will play out, and thus we have kind of a stabilization. Sure, there is death, and sure, there is evil, but like you said, there's a double-edged, there's an opposite side to everything that comes with anything good. But same with evil. How will we won't even have that kind of structure and or um, guide rail, if you will, taking that equation out.
On top of that, you're lumping in just a bad experience to all the gods. Like all the gods decided that this bad thing should happen. That's not always correct. There's always different gods that prefer different outcomes.
But it is
Good
the
and bad.
it is the divine council that decides. It is the fates. Their direct hand in their decisions. Lathander, especially. They have a direct hand in passing their decisions onto the fates, and then it is left for the fates to decide. Zara, I understand that you have met them before, correct?
Correct.
Do you think that their capacity to make decisions is within well wishes? I have not met them
Say-
myself, but I know that you have. So I would like an insight to that.
Hard to say. Mm, From what I remember, they seemed a little ominous in their way of thinking. But also, there seemed at a point when something happened that they were trying to also warn me of something of evil. So I feel like like you said, there was a balance when I met them between good and bad.
There's also the thought process of, the gods are perfect. They can do no wrong, but they're beings of flaw themselves. They may not recognize it because we put them on pedestals so high that they, have to run like that. But they can be just as flawed as us.
Exactly. They are flawed, but they have more power. And they can imbue that will whether it's right or not. We want everything to be based off of ourselves. Which is the whole point of this. I understand it's a circular argument. So I feel like there isn't really any new information. I would like to hear your individual opinions and your decisions. I wish for this to be made as a group, but I do wish to hear your individuals. Because we have a goal that we must attain, and we will still try to attain it regardless of help, but we wanted to open the door. And Yerk, I haven't heard from you. It seems you've been witnessing this conversation and not saying much, but I would like to hear your opinion first on this. Make sure it's swapped on Discord. Make sure it's not auto-swapping again. Nope, can't hear you. Bro needs a new microphone.
Yeah.
Hello?
There
There
you
you
go.
go.
Bro just needs to sit with tech support and figure shit out.
Yeah. Oh, okay, that's interesting. I wasn't. To be honest, it's still a little confusing with me, but there must be a reason. At least my parents kept having faith in life all this time, even after all the events that happened. There has to be a reason why, and I must at least keep doing the same. If I have my opinions with Lathander, with well, with the wasteland itself, but I have to keep pushing. And what will, if severed, what when we die?
When you die, is that what you're asking?
Yes.
You will cease to exist. The materials that make up your body will be returned to Alphon. And over time, those materials will be either consumed or adopted into the rest of existence, birthed into another creature, or become one with the ground, the soil, the plants. There won't be a fear of divine judgment or hellfire or a supposed eternal bliss. You will live your life, and what you are made of will return back to the earth.
What would happen to the ones that are already dead? This happens.
Their souls would be lost. But as of right now, almost no one is being judged. So far, everyone that has died within the past 25 years or more, 30 years, they are currently wandering the banks of the Styx. They are held within purgatory. Their judgment being held off. The sins themselves, those used to deem a soul worthy or not of gratitude or suffering, agree with Senrir. That's why they're with him. They don't see it as their place to judge. So those souls would be returned back to the ether.
Well, my parents may not be in Celestial.
I can guarantee that they are not. I know that is hard to hear. But most likely they are wandering the Styx and in purgatory with the thousands, millions of other souls. Would you not want to save them from that treachery? That torment?
Yes.
So do you wish to help? And you can decide to help for now, and at any point, if you don't feel the need to, you can stop. Once you start, you are allowed to step away.
With consequence.
No consequences.
Let me.
You may step away. What we ask of you all is one of the masks of the Sens. There is an individual within the city who is planning on transporting it. We wish for you to take it from him and return it to us. Return it to its rightful owners. Zara, I think you know who I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
A big transport is going to leave within the coming days. We wish for that mask to be reacquired. We wish your help to do it. But at any
Is
point,
there-
if you get your
Getting
hands
this
on the mask and decide you don't want to give it to us, you don't have to. We want it to be willingly.
But at the end of the day, you do want the mask.
You want it, but we will not take it from you. This is a sign of good faith. If you wish to keep it, you may keep it. If you wish to give it to us, you may give it to us. We want it to be your decision, not ours.
I
would
think
like
our
to
biggest
find-
problem right now is Eternus. And in doing so, returning this mask, would this help aid in the situation where Eternus is trying to break free of his chains?
It would. Without magic, the chains would be severed from the material plane entirely. There would be no chains to unlock. There would be no way to break free. The material plane would be severed from every other dimension that is held together magically by Mystra herself, the goddess of magic. The chains would cease to exist. The cage itself would never again be able to touch this existence.
And just getting this mask would do that, or is this just part of the overall plan?
Every mask is required for the goal. So far,
How
we
many do you have?
1 of 7. 2 of 8, technically. Sinrir has his. Greed has his. The mask you are looking for is one of the more tricky ones to acquire. It is the Mask of Rage.
And why is it so tricky?
Every mask has a draw to the soul. It needs a owner. It needs a wielder. For those that are not capable of wielding it, such as you all, it draws your attention. It brings that sin out of you, that wrath, that anger, that hatefulness. Because it knows you cannot control it. It wants to be free. But if it is returned to the Sens, as their rightful owners, they can control it. They can subside that. The Sens themselves were at one point the worst bearer of those sins.
Why would the Sins want to help aid in this?
Because they were forced in their position. They had no say in themselves being used for the judgment of others. They feel as if their position was forced upon them. They don't feel right judging others. They don't feel like they are in any position to judge whether what you're doing equates to eternal punishment or bliss. They understand they are faulted creatures themselves. They don't want to push that fault or make that mistake if it means torment for you. In other words, they feel bad about it. Because they are mortals. But their eternity has been spent judging others. But they
What about this
understand.
other?
Sorry.
What about this other party that Sinner's also made contact with? Are they also on the fence, or are they wanting to help?
They have agreed to help conditionally. The condition being at any point they may step away and refuse to help, which we have agreed to. They are in the process of finding the Mask of Pride. The Mask of Pride is currently being held at the Opal Manor, the manor of the head of the Opal Court of the Cloven Courts. So they are in the process of going to attempt to retrieve it, but at any point, they can choose to not give it to us. They have given us one mask, the Mask of Greed. But they have agreed to help on the condition that at any point, if they wish, they can drop out, which we understand.
You do realize I'm not a part of this dimension, right?
I do.
If magic is cut out, then how am I supposed to get home?
You will be returned.
If magic is cut out, I get returned home.
You do. That is a guarantee that I can give you. Your body doesn't want to be here. Your body sways at a frequency that does not persist within this world. If the divine is severed, the magical connection keeping you here will cease, and you will be instantly returned to your home world.
Is there other ways to get Lou back home?
There are. Through the conventional ways that Lou got here, you reverse the process, and Lou may return home.
What does Wilbert and Zarthal think about this?
Inherently, they disagree. Inherently, Zarthal believes that it is the right of the gods, as more powerful beings, to determine whether or not someone is good or not. Zarthal believes, from what I can tell, that humanity left unguided will begin a ruin of Kelemvor's creation. He sees existence as a piece of art created by their father Kelemvor. And he, for lack of a better term, he wants to maintain the beauty of that artwork. Think of someone in a museum who consistently reworks a piece of art to keep it in pristine condition. And he thinks by the divine will, their judgment will dissuade the denizens of reality to act a certain way, as to not squander the beauty of Kelemvor's creation.
And I can understand that. And that's kind of where I am. Because I also have this problem with, we're talking about not pushing anything on anyone, right? Not pushing decisions, having the free will of making our own and all that great things. But what about the people that think this is just a great balance of where we are? Who are we, our group here, and Sinrir and his sins to decide that this reality we're in now is not enough, that we have to make this decision to take away the gods? What if this is perfect for someone else or other people, and now we're taking that away from them?
Because he can't guarantee that thought process is their own.
What if it is?
Could also not be. This
We're
comes back.
gambling.
This comes back to situation where, because there is an outside effector, there is no guarantee. Versus getting rid of it, there would be.
I think we're going to be left with too many questions more than answers following Sinner's method, and for one, I will not aid in this task.
And that is
Just due
understandable.
to all the uncertainties.
And the door is always open if you decide otherwise.
And where would we find you if we decide to change our mind?
I will be around. I have been tasked with trying my best.
Okay.
So I will be around. If you want me to hang around your party, I will. And I will try to aid in good faith. If not, then I will persist elsewhere.
Question for you, DM.
Mm-hmm.
Does Lou know the reverse process of how she got here?
You would need a ship and a very powerful jump drive.
So, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Quite literally the reverse of how you got here. Rather than crash landing with a
That's
ship, you have to
literally-
get off with a ship and go through a
Okay.
portal. Yeah.
I was thinking more of like, oh, there was a certain spell that just happened to happen, and yeah, no.
I mean,
Okay.
there might be, but as far as you're aware,
Yeah.
that's the only direct path of getting back that you know of. You're not a magical connoisseur like Valen is.
Yeah. No, she has another thought going on of what she started planning, but she has to wait till the 17th now to get it.
Yep.
So.
I have one more question,
Of course.
or two actually. You mentioned in the room this morning you were the liaison of Zarthal. Being the liaison of Zarthal means that you believed in what he currently believes is this great balance, that the gods should be here.
I did.
And you said that you had a mission that you did not fulfill, which is why you are no longer Zarthal's liaison.
Correct.
So, what, one, happened with that, and two, what happened between believing that the gods should be here to where you are now?
What led me there is specifically two events. The Austrian War and the transference. Those two events had such a fundamental change in reality that it was hard for me to ignore the direct effects of the gods. What they were doing. My position as Zarthal's liaison, as his assistant, I got a closer eye into the workings of the divine structure, the divine council. I attended many divine meetings in Celestia. I have met many of the archangels, Lathander, as well as the other members, the other gods and goddesses of the divine council. The way they talked about mortals was like a child talking about figures made of sticks, playthings, entertainment. Kalimvor has been gone for so long that I think the Divine Council has lost their perception as to what it really means. Their father is gone, so they've been left with his toys. And if you know any child, if their dad's away, well, the tools are to be played with. And the way they talk about existence saddens me. So I began to stray away. And then, when the Watchmen happened, and I saw that they were tricked, they were directly responsible for the deaths of millions. The states won't tell you that. The countries' governments won't inform you. But 3 million people died at the hands of the Watchmen for their greater good. And yet, in the end, they found out that it was all for the necessity of the fates. Which is why many of them have disappeared. So that was my final straw. I saw what that effect had on the Watchmen. People who believed they were doing things for the greater good, just to come to the realization that it was for divine entertainment. Because of the, what if we did this? How would the mortals react? And so I submitted my notice to Zarthal that I would be leaving his service. And there was judgment to that, and I had to escape. And that's when I found Sinrir. And I decided to align myself with those beliefs, as they would prevent those events from ever happening again. It's hard coming from... It's hard to explain it to people who have not met the gods before. And I understand the hesitancy. So I'm not faulting you all for that.
Evil. We meet that every day. And we are swayed by evil, just as you say people are swayed by the God's hand. And I've done evil things because of evil entities. Killed people, innocent people.
Oh, was that it? I thought you had more to say.
Nope.
All right. And you killed those people because you wanted to? Or because you needed to?
Because I was forced to.
Why?
These evil entities.
Let me go ahead and just stop here. This is going to be a circle that just keeps going round and round and round and round. Unfortunately, there's no end to it. And unfortunately, there's no beginning either. So let me suggest this. As you said, we can hold on to these masks. It'll be dangerous for us, but it'll be something that we can do, correct?
Correct.
I say we still go after this mask and hold on to it. It'd be better in our hands as uncertainties than letting it be out there for anybody else to gather. And on top of that, this other party that has agreed to help under certain conditions. I don't know if they know when to stop and walk away or when to continue on. But I know for us, we're still uncertain.
Of course. And I'll give you time to decide and speak amongst yourselves.
And he needs all of them to persist with his plan.
Yes, so there is time.
So if we hold on to it, away from that other party, away from Senrir, it'll at least hold off on this great disconnect.
If we do this, Wilma, is there a way to prevent the mask from influencing the party?
Fortunately not. You have to be one of very sound mind. One absent of rage. Which, I'm sorry to say, but for a lot of you in the party is unlikely.
Lou, so if we do this, this actually destroy the group within itself, obtaining the mask. And I get your thought process, and I would originally agree with it. Though holding on to it, we have no means of actually preventing it from tearing us apart from the inside out.
And let me offer this. The God damn it. Hang on. I need to look at my name list.
Yep. Yeah. Look at your cheat sheet.
Varzel that I have been working with. He has a way for me to be home. I agreed to it as a pocket dimension that me and my girlfriend will be able to travel into. I travel into it, she travels into it, I go back with her.
The objective was pants, and I decided to throw in a couple of shirts.
The last thing I needed to do to be able to get this was to free the affected Banshee Hawk.
Pass.
Everyone's now aware of that.
So that's why I decided to let it go. This was the surefire way for me to get home and get out of here.
So, Lou, you deliberately knowing officially now Atlas's plan just to go home and deem our world nothing?
As far as what had happened with this whole internus and everything else, I really had no idea it'd be that.
All I'm saying is Varzel's a demon. Part of the divine.
And right now he has a way for me to get home. It's a faster way to get home.
At the expense of killing us.
Again, the Eternus thing I did not know was going to happen. And if it was a corruption that I know of, it would have been easily dealt with between both me and Atlas. Because I've dealt with the corruption before.
If that was the promise, why are you still here?
Well, I have to wait a month for him to contact me. Or I can contact him early, but I think he prefers me to wait. Again, everything that I had thought of that was going to happen, I would have had it handled. Whether it was just the regular Banshee Hawk, I had a way to handle it. High enough explosive. If it was a regular corruption that I'd actually know of, it'd been something I'd been able to handle it as well too. All of the decisions that I had decided to make were ones that I knew I could handle.
Well, for a lot of it, I didn't have any money.
As far as this Eternus thing coming out, I had no idea. Honestly.
So you admit you are at fault of making decisions and not knowing the outcomes.
Where I got fucked.
No.
I
Hang on. Let me make sure I word it correctly.
I would have stayed in.
Say you're sorry. That's Caesar whispering in your ear.
Right?
Yeah.
He's like, excuse me?
I made my decision on the outcomes I did know was going to happen. Not on an outcome I didn't know was going to happen.
Right, so therefore your judgment shouldn't be hiding it from the group, like you have been. Your calls should be upfront of your plans, your thoughts, your moves. Because of what you thought was protecting the group, could have quite possibly gotten us all killed, and still might get us all killed for the expense of you just getting to go home to your loved one, while we all here and perish and die for your quarrel with your lady.
Again,
That's my thing.
the Eternus thing, I really had no idea it was going to happen.
And I hear you, but I'm saying from this point on, there is no secrets between you and the group. everything that you come across, every conversation that you have will be spoken to the group, because now you've quite literally
I just know what like
playing in a realm that is getting us killed just so that you can go home. And if you ask
Actually,
me,
those are-
that is not worth being part of a group for. That is not worth us continuing to be by your side if you can't even follow those simple rules of just being honest.
May I pose a question?
Wilma,
I'm-
shut up. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding, I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
If
Just
if I
kidding.
may be forward. Lou, you said all of these things you were working on, you were certain that you could have dealt with.
Yes.
But the only thing you couldn't deal with was something caused outside of your own perception and awareness. Correct?
I see where I see where you're going with that. Yes.
So
But-
you see what I mean when I say if
Here's-
it wasn't for Varzil, you would have been able to
Why
deal with
is
it,
that?
and it wouldn't have been Eternus, and you would have been successful off the weight of your own abilities.
He wouldn't have been able to go home because there would have been no magic.
Exactly. I'd still be stuck here.
I just wanted to
And-
pose that.
I get what you mean. Yeah, if it wasn't the Eternus coming out, yeah, I'd have been able to handle with it. But here's another thing too. If my way home was across the border and I had to do something for a king and he blackmailed me, it's still the same thing.
You still could have gotten your ship.
No, I wouldn't have gotten my ship. I would have been killed on the spot because the king betrayed me. Because
Here's
humanity
what I
betrayed me.
propose. Here's what I propose. Wilma, this conversation isn't going to get across any more than it already has. I think the
Yeah.
parties kind of made their own mental decisions.
I
Lou,
understand.
if you want to get the
I don't
mask,
think that playing with
I may have a plan to hold it. We can conjure up, try to look for some sort of box. In this box, hopefully we can find something that is sturdy enough to not quite stop its magical influence, but at least keep it far from the group while we do whatever it is that we need to do and hold it in captivity till we decide to do whatever. And during that time, I can create a magical lock within the box that nobody will be able to touch it except for me, or if they have counter magic to identify it and be able to do it. But it will require a specific individual to do that.
Stop
Here's
smiling.
well, that was kind of what I was also thinking as well too, because this was also the perfect opportunity for this
Rob more time with
As-
family.
as my last way of helping before I possibly leave, if I'm able to.
Ooh,
As far as I understand it, you said that this thing was being transferred, correct? This mask.
Yes.
So they already know how to contain it, or somebody is moving it that is unaffected by rage, correct?
Correct.
What if it was in a pocket
my
dimension?
life gets busier.
Possible. Unlikely.
Yeah, it's still
The
fun.
draw
It's
is
just, I can't ever get AJ to go with me.
transdimensional. Once in contact, it has a hold on you.
I saw they had
It
that.
draws to you like a set of house keys that you've lost. An incessant need for it.
Okay. That was my only other idea, is putting it in the pocket dimension that I get created. But since it's transdimensional, that's not going to work. And I did like the idea in Varzil, but it seemed like that won't work either.
It seems that your party needs some time to talk privately, so I will go now. But if you do decide to help, you may call upon me, and if it is given, then we may be able to bestow a gift for you all. Some aid.
At some point I'll get AJ to go.
For some of you,
His friends are
it could
coming
be
in
small.
town
For
here,
others, it
and
could be
August, I
greater.
think,
but I will not tell you the extent of them until it's completed, as I do not want to sway your decision-making process. So I will be gone now, but know that if you call on me, I will appear. So I thank you all
Alright.
for listening to me and having a more cordial conversation instead of putting a hole through my head 2 seconds after arriving. So I thank you for that. But I will bid you farewell, and I will see you some other time. You see the shadow begins to take over, and she dissipates from the group, as you are all left alone to your own devices.
Well, I think we're screwed if we go and try to get that mask. Unless we can conjure up a way to prevent it from tugging at us and again wreaking havoc inside out. And Lou, I still hold you up to that deal. Is, to be honest, from this point forward, considering that we now know that you decided to put our lives at risk just so that you can go home. At a bare minimum. And I'm going to look to the group. Does that seem fair? Yerk? Zara? I don't know how you guys feel about that situation, but I feel like that's a fair ask for just honesty moving forward at a bare minimum.
How are we gonna know? She's being honest.
What did I do?
Ask questions until your heart desires and feels content. It seems like you guys have some history, so I think
Oh,
you, Zara, and you, Yerk, probably would know if Lou's lying more than I would. But Lou has a way with words that we can kind of tell when she's not directly answering the question.
I'm not smiling
So-
in character. I'm not smiling in character. I'm smiling player character wise because
Yeah.
I seriously don't believe I have way with words. So
I
hearing this
will
shit
doubt
is just
that.
like
I'm saying
trying,
away with
I'm
words
literally
to-
trying to prevent myself from getting a big head right now.
Well, I'm saying a way with words to know when you're lying about something, when you're beating around the bush.
Yeah.
I see it, but the group doesn't, so that's why I'm saying.
Well, you're also talking to two children, basically, because we're still the youngest of the group. So, yeah, I mean, I want the mask, but I don't know how to contain it. I'm maybe the turret golem. It has no conscience, so it can't have rage. It's a powerful item that can contain something. Would
So
that be a
I gathered,
possibility?
I gathered that you're a reaper. Do you have anything from that side of the realms that could contain something of magical capabilities?
Zara, that was a good point, but also the thought process too is it has to be something that is able to possess it. It
Hmm.
and with that wording, it's like it has to have a conscience. I don't know if the AI on board would be something that is considered as it possessing this mask, if the mask would consider that.
Hmm.
But
Irish question?
Zara, can I have my gun back?
Oh, yeah. She hands it back to me.
And I go
he
ahead
Uh,
and
tries
take
to
it,
pull
Lou.
the trigger.
There we go.
Lou, so do we have a deal? Still haven't answered me.
What's happening? Why is it quiet?
Lou's thinking of a
Yeah.
way to say it.
No, she's thinking about other stuff right now, and I'm trying to
Okay,
consider if it is
no.
something that she would say right now or not. This is more of a
Yoke is gonna
player.
punch
This
down.
is more of a player character thinking of what to say.
Yeah, I'm trying to get into Lou's mind.
Yeah.
Um,
Yerk is gonna unjam his gun first.
All right. Go ahead and roll a intelligence check. You need to beat a 11.
Also, Western, character development.
12.
I know,
Even
yeah.
12.
Trust me, I'm doing all that right now. Trust me.
Yeah, 12.
12. You are able to successfully unjam it. Seems the spring kind of got tweaked. You kind of reset it. It'll work now. You remove the
Yeah.
6 bullets that were in it. So go ahead, remove those, and then you'll reload it.
I could probably talk to Zarthal. See if he can help with anything. Don't think he's on vacation anymore, hopefully.
DM, would Valen know who Zarthal is?
Roll a history check.
Okay.
Well, history or religion. Whichever one's higher for you, I'll let you roll with.
My history is.
You also get advantage on history checks with your keen mind. So
22.
22.
22.
Yep. You've been around magical cities. You know exactly who Zarthal is. He's the Grim Reaper, the Angel of Death, the Archangel, Dealer of Souls,
Okay.
in the business of sending them to judgment. You would know more specifics about it. You would know that when somebody dies, a Reaper collects their soul. Their soul is then handed off to a liaison, i.e., Wilbert in this case. That liaison then delivers it to one of the ravens, one of the workers under the Raven Queen, the soul transporter. She then transports it to Zarthal. Zarthal then writes up paperwork and then begins the process of submitting it for judgment. Once the judgment is approved, then the Raven Queen then brings that to Kelemvor and the Seven Sens. They are judged. Then the Ravens take them to their final resting place.
Okay.
You would know
Wait.
that's the general idea of how it works.
Okay.
They are judged by the 7 sins?
The Seven Sins are used as a method of judging souls, because at one point the Sins were the worst of their sin and they overcame it. The Sins are representative of the 7 heavenly virtues, and comparing one's how close they are to succeeding in each of the 7 heavenly virtues determines where they go in the afterlife. So if they are pure of rage, pure of greed, pure of all of the sins, depending on their levels, decides where they go. If you are considered pure in all 7 sins, then you may go to Celestia. If not, there are other places. They are used as figureheads to judge how close a human soul is to perfection and whether or not it gets to pass on to Celestia.
So
It's a
Zara,
way of
you
saying
said-
how good of a person are they.
Interesting information.
So
Yes.
Zara, you said Zarthal on vacation.
And this is what you know, Valen. I'm giving all this information to you. Whether you convey it, you can say, I convey that, or you can keep it to
Right.
yourself.
I don't feel like there's a need to explain that at this specific moment.
What? That's a very important information. Whatever.
I'm concerned that you said that a Grim Reaper's on vacation. Like, that's a thing?
Yeah, apparently. I thought the same thing.
York White is gonna walk up to Lou real quick.
Bang!
Lou's so
DM
quiet, trying to figure out what to say to Valen.
Hope you like where you're going. Leave this mess for ourselves. And then York just walks to the bar.
Say
And asks for a drink.
that again. You were cutting out. You're say that again. You're cutting out.
Well, I was saying, Lou, I'd hope like where you're going, and leaving this mess for ourselves.
Before you leave off, you do hear from Lou. I'm sorry.
Are you?
If I
We
knew
did
this
it!
was if I knew this was what was going to happen, I would not have gone through with it.
Character development.
Round of applause.
She did it.
I've told you before, both you and Zara, I do not want to put y'all in harm's way. And if y'all really think I would have put y'all in harm's way with this Eternus popping up, then I'm sorry.
Good guy. I miss my mom.
I miss my grandma. Because Lou's old.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if
Taking
you're
a back about the
your
now,
view, but I understand.
Whoever writes this shit has clearly never worked with children. They think the
Thank
person
you.
I need a drink.
I don't like this conversation.
You're gonna head to the door.
And I'm
All
going to
right.
go with Yerk. Because Lou
Wait, I
hasn't
thought we were
responded.
talking about Zarthal. Did everybody just like totally skip that conversation?
Oh, you guys could talk about it. I'm going to the fucking bar.
Was
at this point.
Valen
That's-
staying a part of that conversation about the vacation? Because you didn't get confirmation on that. You did ask that. I think Zara,
I did. Yeah,
I
before
think-
I leave, I'll do that.
Yeah, I think Zara was in the process of that.
Yeah, he's a very stressed out man, and was on vacation the last time I spoke to him. But I'm sure he's back, and he'd be very excited to hear what's going on.
dumb as shit.
It sounds
Maybe-
like some of the gods, if you will, or angels, if you will, are more human-like than I thought. I don't know
Yeah.
where Angel of Death would go to vacation.
Anywhere
cemetery?
in the world. At some beach somewhere. You know,
A
with some lady.
beach.
Some lady named Lucy.
It's better than this cold fucking place you guys are in constantly, like 15 degrees.
Zara's always cold, so she doesn't.
You don't really feel it. Everyone else is
Yeah.
constantly like bundled up outside.
Mm-hmm. But
Zara, do you know? I'm sure you do, but you kind of know how the whole process works with undead souls.
as much as Zarthal allows me to know.
As much as he allows you to know, is he
Mhm.
restricting you from information?
Sometimes he beats around the bush a bit.
Oh, damn it, the curriculums are.
What is that? Has he ever told you?
Just an ass, I guess.
Hmm.
Keeps a dog on a leash.
So what does he have you do? Just collect souls?
Collect souls. All right. Collect souls. Hang out. Talk about life. Collect souls. Talk about life.
So collect souls, got it.
Yep.
Does it concern you in any way, shape, or form that this the sins that we're talking about have to play a factor with what you do?
Does it bother me?
Does it have any effect on you? Does it have any considerations on you, considering that you are working for him, the man himself?
Mm,
Ring any bells that the sins have a factor to play with reaping and taking souls to the afterlife?
I mean, I'm sure it does have some effect, of course. How much? I don't know.
You might want to speak to Zarthal about that when you get
Right.
your next chance.
Right.
And try to get some information more than just collecting souls.
I don't like the way that sounded. Okay. I'll see
Well,
what I can do.
Well, the sins judge the souls.
Right.
So if the sins for the mask that we're trying to obtain collect the souls, that means Zarthal may have to play a factor within that. So it's best for somebody with inside the moving parts of that to see the ins and outs.
Mm-hmm. Sure, he'll
And here
have a
you
lot of
are.
information for us, so I'll be sure to meet with him.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go meet Yurk at the bar.
All right.
All right, you
Just kind
begin.
of eye Lou because he hasn't responded. She hasn't
Yeah.
responded.
Yeah,
Lou, can you
you head your
not
way.
lie?
So
I know, right?
Zara and Lou, you are left in the booth, awkwardly there.
Nothing awkward there. Um. So, how's your day? I'm just kidding.
Wow.
Nothing to catch up on.
No. And we've got a lot of stuff to decide upon. I don't know what we're going to do next.
I think my next move is to talk to Zarthal. I think their next move, Yerk and Valen, is really thinking about what they heard today. What about you? What do you want to do?
In the end, I just want to get home.
I want you to get home.
But for now, I think we should find a way to contain this mask for,
Right,
for all of our uncertainties that we have.
Right. I don't think it'd be smart for the person I think that has it, which, if I'm correct, might be
Yeah.
Dragar.
So I think you should try to get a hold of
Zarthal.
Zarthal.
Okay.
And see if he has a way to contain this mask. And we can figure out if the AI can be considered in possession of the mask, because it technically has no emotion. So if the magic item can realize it as something possessing it that doesn't have emotion, we probably contain it in it.
All right. I could do that.
I can see about trying to run an experiment on magical items and see if it'll work.
Okay. Sounds like a plan. Do you want to let them know what we're doing? Dun dun dun.
Let's give them a minute to come back. We'll go from there.
Let's all just probably get something to eat. I think that took a lot of our eating time. And then we can get started. That was the longest conversation ever with an imp.
All right. Valen, you walk up. Yerk, what are you grabbing to drink? Luvan's there. Expecting you to ask for a lot of alcohol.
5 bottles?
I'll just take another ale.
Just another ale, early in the morning, of course.
I was about to say the same thing, and I pat him on the shoulder.
That will be 2 copper pieces, please.
I think there's probably something.
And your hands him.
Very hesitantly hands over a ale at like 7:30 in the morning.
Levon, it was a tough day yesterday.
As every day seems to be for you. I'm just worried about your liver.
I'm starting to realize that. Well, I guess if this lovely being is keeping me alive, then I think liver's least of my concern right now.
If that's the way you want to justify it. I'll continue the
Not wrong.
business. She looks at Balin. Anything for breakfast for you?
I should have already ate with Caesar
Right,
earlier.
you
so
did.
I'll just, yeah.
All
Looks
right.
like I'm good on the drinks, thank you.
Well, I'm gonna go start preparing for the breakfast rush.
Yerk, so
Or a new person.
how you holding up?
You're quite honest.
Yeah, well, we got nothing to hide. At least that I
Thank you.
know of.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, right.
I don't
Yeah,
think I
no
could take
problem.
any more of this lying.
I'm tired of it myself.
Just so confused at this point. The furnace being part of him.
I think my Discord is all screwed up. Hold on.
I'm not sure my course of action anymore. I want
What
to
do you
keep my
mean?
faith a bit, but I don't even know if I even trust in my faith anymore.
Oh my god. You guys having a crisis.
Well, there's always going to be questions, as we're coming to find out in our journeys as well. But just from what I've experienced, there's always going to be questions you might not have all the answers for, but that's part of the journey. If we knew how our journey ended, it wouldn't. That kind of defeats the purpose of life. It defeats the purpose of trying new things. It defeats the purpose of risking things and then it either turning out well or not well. Takes the enjoyment out of it when you know everything. So enjoy the journey rather than what you know and don't know.
Sorry.
I don't know. I feel like at this point the wasteland was a little bit more
Simple.
calming. Being alone out there.
As a banshee hog just comes down.
Hey!
So peaceful.
Oh no, my friends.
Yeah.
Now and
It's easier to it's more comforting sometimes when you go back to your old things of what may be hard there versus the new obstacles and challenges you're facing now. But try to let some of it go as you take it in. Don't hold on to it so much. Definitely don't try to look for it at the bottom of your bottle there, because you won't find answers. You're just going to find more questions and more bottles. So
well, at
take it
least I
as
can
it
make
comes.
one of them.
Yeah. But just know that your thought process is similar on this side, at least within the party. I'm not sure about the religious side of things because we haven't dove too much into what you believe and what's going on your side. But again, what I will say is take it day by day. Don't bring yesterday's problems into today's problems, because as you can see, we just got offered a new task, and I'm sure tomorrow will bring another thing. If you hold yesterday's problems in today, that can get you killed.
How could I? Balin, it's this Eternus just wants me for some grand plan of his. What's keeping me alive? Just to I'm only assuming the worst.
Yeah, and at the same time, we're trying to counter Eternus's plan. And we've clearly found out by our little imp friend that there is a way to counter it. And there are methods to it. And obviously we know Lou wants to go home. So ideally we can get Lou's help to stop Eternus, maybe not destroy the divine intervention here, and get Lou home all in the same process, and it's all win-win.
The mesh was Valen. I lost my point time to actually deal with that Banshee Hawk myself. And now it's tied to me, this creature that's possibly even more powerful than it originally was.
It's true. But again, what actions were taken to prevent the Banshee Hawk from being corrupted? I don't want to say that I told you so or and things of that nature, but at the same time, the actions taken within the group are a lot less punishing, and they're very, well, we'll just see what happens. Which is why I'm so stern with Lou and we go back and forth and butt heads, because I'm willing to speak up, even if I'm in the wrong. I'm willing to stop actions, and yet Vanya, who's no longer with us, tried to get in the way of our fight when I tried to stop the injection of the Banshee Hawk. So I would say, moving forward, we just hold people accountable for their actions. A little bit more tough than you would say you guys have been. And this is just from an outside perspective.
Hard to trust. Having trust issues here with that, but right now you've been the most honest with me. Aside from Zara.
Watch yourself. I'm back from the restroom. I heard that.
And I'll try to always be honest, because hiding anything apparently obviously doesn't do much for the group. And to be honest, if we're all willing to quite literally put our lives on the line for one another's actions, I think it's only fair.
Get a little of this guy. Just kidding. Is he really willing to put his life on the line? We shall see.
Mm-hmm. But I'll leave you to it, Yerk. I know you got a lot to think about. Just don't wallow in it. It's a new day. Don't let it take over your day. I have some errands to go run, so I will.
Well, before you go,
Mm-hmm.
your plugs a feather. Here.
The damn feathers.
A feather. Well,
Damn feathers.
and I just kind of appreciate it.
The people I trust.
Noted. I kind of pack it away in my bag. No problem. Pat you on the back. Begin to head out.
Alrighty. So
Yeah,
as
Yerk
the day
continues drinking.
as the day goes on, what are you all wanting to do for the day? And who do we want to start with on their daily?
Do you want to roll?
We can do rollies.
Yep.
All right, everybody just roll a straight d20.
All right.
And it'll basically work like initiative. Whoever rolls higher will go first.
Do we add the initiative thing?
Nope.
Or just,
Nope, just straight d20.
just
I got a one.
I know Yerk needs any help he can get.
I got a one. Don't feel too
I got
bad.
11.
4.
11? Nice.
Yep.
Lou?
I gotta go get.
He's like,
I gotta go get something real quick. So, I'm bottom of the board, below the 1.
All right, gotcha. So
Last week.
we will start with Yerk then.
It's like, I'm just going to drink all day.
Yerk, what is it that you
Absolutely.
wish to do?
Go talk with Zara really quickly.
Go talk to Zara real quick.
Zara, you mentioned something about steel having 2 fragments, one of Azrael and one of Eternus.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do you mind if I hold it a sec?
No.
I'm mostly just trying to possibly reach out to Azrael with it. If possible.
I don't think you will reach Azrael. But What exactly do you need from her?
Clarity.
How do you know it's her?
It seems so far with my interaction with Eternus, and possibly actually knowing Azrael now when I talked to her at the Celestial Grove. They don't know who is talking with the last conversations.
You see she's kind of nervous. She slides her hand into her pocket and pulls out the orb and kind of just looks at it in her hand.
Yeah. Yerk, what you see is a bright, glowing, golden orb, silvery fire, and you notice just ever so faintly licks of blackened flame trickling throughout.
I don't think you're gonna find the answers here for clarity that you need. But if you want to give it a shot, she tosses it
What's
over.
Oh, okay.
We didn't see it coming and it falls on the floor.
Crack.
Okay.
What is it that
do you mind if we could watch?
What is it that you say, Yerk, as soon as you as you grab it? What do you say?
Azrael, it's Yerk again. I know at this point that this entity at this point is Eternus. I just need to know at this point if you are real now. If this is a fragment of your soul. I need to know if you are here with me.
Go ahead and roll a D100.
It's Eternus' fragment.
Let
Yes,
me know.
it's me.
Let me know if it is a 75 or lower.
Oh no, that's so high. Don't look like that. Don't look so serious.
Alright. So we got the 0 and a 3.
My God.
A 3?
It's like what? It's like a 1, 0, and a 3.
So a 1, 0, and a 3.
So a 3.
So, wait, a 1, like a 10 and a 3?
Yeah.
Okay, that's 13.
Oh.
Right. Okay.
It is not her. When I make my move, you're free to check the king.
L.
Your
Oh,
vision
no.
begins turning black.
Oh my God.
Your vision becomes faded. You find yourself stepping foot into water. A black, expanseful ocean. Dead trees surround. The sea extends as far as you can see with your eyes. The sky, similar to how it was outside, deep black tendrils writhing throughout the atmosphere, the purple eyes gazing down. You see a figure begin to arise from the black, oily water. Vaguely humanoid, but you see two bright, glowing eyes and a curled, jagged smile. You have called on me, Yerk. What is it that I can do for you? I thought it would be a little bit more time for you calling out to me. Or were you trying to speak to that pesky other one?
Pesky.
What do you think?
I think you called out to who you truly needed in your time of grief. The one who will actually help. So what is it, Yerk, that I can do for you? My arms are open and my gifts are yours to use.
Send me back.
To where?
Brother, you just out here.
Send me back.
No. Ask something of me, and it may be yours.
I want to fly.
I guess we will sit here for a while then.
I have all the time in the world. Literally. What is it that
Do
you
I have any more
want? No. What is it that you want? What goals do you wish to achieve in the near future? I may be able to help.
I'd ask anything from you.
Well, why not? Have I not proven in the past to be helpful? You got to see your
If you're
parents,
sugar.
didn't you? You came
You're
back
sugar.
from death not once, but twice. One from
Actually-
lightning, one from explosion. But is that not good enough for you? To show my love for you? You still resist its embrace?
Why do you really want me?
Why?
Mm.
Because you will be
Why
helpful.
do you truly want me?
You will help and aid in the bringing of my love to this world. You have once. You'll do it again.
What do you mean?
Once? What do you mean?
Every
no, but-
action you take, whether it's a step on a stone or a trail through a forest, you've done more than your fair share of helping me. A question, a curiosity, a touching of a soul before you even knew it. You had been helpful. Do you remember on that boat? That call that you felt? The orb given to you by a very kind friend the moment you touched it. You were mine, and no one else's. That Azrael may poke through every now and then, but she's not the one who helps you. I do. I am the only one you can rely on, who can actually get things done. You want a sword to slay your enemies? You want information? You want to fly the sky again? I can give it to you. All you have to do is ask. Your kind was severed from the grace of the gods. Your flight was taken from you. But I am above grace. I am eternity. I can give you what you wish without consequence of their actions. So ask me, Yerk, what do you want?
I've already asked what I wanted. Send me back.
To where? The
Back to where I was.
wastelands? The bar? To your friends? Be specific, Yerk, for words have a way of being interpreted differently.
Be specific.
Be my friends at the bar.
Which friends?
Could
Send me
ask for
back to
return
Zara.
home.
I'll see you soon enough, Yerk. But next time, you'll be more open to my help. See you again. Yerk. You shoot awake at the table in front of Zara. Your eyes shoot open. You're sweating.
You can sweat.
That was a mistake.
Told you.
I did not reach out for you. I'm in tough furnace again. You wanted things? You wanted me to ask for something. I refused. But everything I do is part of his plan. Everything is part of his plan.
Talked
I'm
about
not safe
that.
here.
I don't think you're
I'm
gonna
not safe for
be
you because
safe anywhere.
I think I'm more of a burden at this point.
Zara 2.0. Don't start. You can possibly change the outcome of whatever it is that he's trying to do. Just gotta be smart about it.
Did you outsmart a god? That knows every move you're taking.
They are not always all knowing. They pretend to be. Don't let him instill fear into you. If he does, then he's already won. So would you like to hand that back over?
Please, take it back.
She takes it, puts it in her pocket.
Zara, go ahead and
Yes.
roll a d100.
Absolutely not. No, I won't. I don't have to. Kidding.
I don't wanna.
I want to. I'm scared. Hold on. Oh, is that my 100? Wait. All right. Bear with me for a second. A 100.
Ooh.
You hear a voice in your head. Please, Zara, your friend is hurting. Help him. Please.
Oh.
That's all you get.
What? I rolled a 100 for that?
It was triple zeros, right?
Yeah.
That's all you get.
All right.
You've heard the voice before in the memories you've seen in the soul. This is Azrael.
Yeah. Well, do you want to explore the church? Maybe go back there and see if we can find some answers. Maybe I can pray to the other side, see what I get out of that.
Anything you can do not alone?
Go braid your feathers. Just kidding. I'm kidding.
Braid feathers.
I wouldn't mind going back to the Celestial Grove, but if you have anything else you would like to do, I could wait.
DM, if I call on Zarthal in a church, would that make anything bad happen?
He's an archangel.
Okay, so that should be fine.
There's a shrine.
They have a shrine for Zarthal.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, we can go to the church. What I need to do next I can get done there.
Right? That would work.
So, Yerk and Lou, or not Yerk and Lou, Yerk and Zara head off. But while you guys are walking, let's see. Let me go ahead and add Balin, Zara. So you guys were heading to Celestial Grove. Lou's there. So while you guys are walking, Valen, you had stepped out. So we'll go to you next. What is it that you are doing?
I went to go find Cesar Chavez.
Cesar Chavez?
To go find
Good luck.
Caesar, to go and get information about getting to the place he told me to go. Which what?
Right. I'd say you...
Mansion of Arcanum.
He had told you that he was heading towards the... what do you call it? The Amberglass Witch's Tower. So you kind of head that direction. You end up finding him just outside. Seems he's sitting next to kind of a fruit stand. He's currently just sitting on a bench. It is covered, so you see the snow and kind of ice rain, if you will, hitting the top. He's staying dry enough, but he is pretty bundled up. He's eating some sort of... it almost looks like a pear, but it's got more of like a... not quite a scaled skin on it, but it has like a semi-texture of like a scaled fruit, but it's just a regular like fruit rind. But he's sitting there eating it. Looks like he has some paper in his hand that he's currently just reading through. He's got some
Caesar, there you are.
glasses on the end of his nose. Hold on. All right. You see he closes a book that he has and kind of slides it in. Yeah. You need something?
Yeah, so first of all, I didn't know you wore glasses, which means
I don't.
you're getting old.
You do realize that I am drow, and the sunlight quite literally burns my skin actively.
Yes,
So
I'm aware.
trying to see with all this white, it's a little difficult. So I wear them occasionally to shroud my eyes from the hatefulness of the sun.
Fair enough. Anyways, I came to not bother you too long, but you had mentioned of me taking travels up to the Mansion of Arcanum, and I don't quite know where that is at.
Oh.
So,
Rarely people know where it's at.
right.
There,
But you've been there before.
I
so.
have, due to an invitation that I was given when I was still training with Fulby. He brought me there to help with my tutelage.
You had recommended me going there, so
Yeah.
that's kind of what I'm tasked with doing today.
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 I don't know if you'll be able to get there today, but I can inform you of how to get there.
I'll take that.
There are multiple ways. One,
Okay.
you can be given an invitation, in which, upon opening the invitation, a portal will open up to the Mansion of Arcanum. You can receive these invitations from multiple individuals, one of which being the current Cardinal Witch, Aleolith Vuleshire. More rarely, you can get a direct invitation from Lokil herself. Or you can make your way all the way down to the Kratoa jungles in the eastern part of Sarconia.
Kratoa Jungles. Okay.
Upon arriving there, it'll require some search, but you will find a place of hallowed land. A place of immense arcane radiation. you will find a massive crater in the ground. Dead trees around, grotesque, mutated, gnolls, direwolves, Kruthix, things of that nature. You will then have to fight a undead minotaur. His name is William. He's quite a nice individual. He's a big old skeleton. In a very fine suit, I might add. Upon proving yourself to him, you will then be brought to the entrance to the Mansion of Arcanum, in which, upon entering, you will go through the screening process, through the entry of the Mansion of Arcanum, and then you will be met with the woman herself, Lokio the Witch. She will decide whether you are fit to reside within the Mansion of Arcanum as a denizen.
Okay.
It is not an easy place to get to. It is the home of the greatest mage to ever live.
Of course.
And for you, I think you're a little far from that level.
Right. Which is why I'm trying to go there to get better.
Could always harbor a favor with one of the Grand Witches, or some great act that gains the attention of the Cardinal Board. You know, connections
Like
and
what?
such. Defeat of a massive creature, a great deed of heroism. Savior of a city, new spell, a magical act, something that puts you above the rest and gains the attention. In my personal opinion, the best way to get the attention of a great witch is to cast a spell in which they don't have in their repertoire. For you know witches, they need information, and people such as ourselves strive for it. So when a new piece pops up, it's hard to ignore it.
Good thoughts on that. I may
Or you could always break and enter.
look into that. Could do that, but I don't think that would allow me to stay there very long.
No.
Do it.
Or become a Grand Mage yourself. That also comes with an invitation, but in order to do that, you would have to beat me in the tournament of Arcanum.
Right.
Brother.
Well, we're not at the tournament quite yet, so I have some time to prepare for that, which you will be seeing me.
That is a hardy goal to get to. Not many people get
Yeah.
invited. It's a very secluded nation. I don't know if you know much about it, but it is a country-sized mansion in an interdimensional space. The greatest feat of magic I've ever seen. Seemingly a utopia.
Right. Well, I'm a confident individual.
We all know
figure
that.
something out. I'll figure something out.
How
to
are
get
your
there.
studies going? You still on that evocation nonsense?
Yes, I'm still in the evocation nonsense.
At least you admit it.
I only admit it to spare the time that I do not have going back and forth with your banter.
You know, I could teach you some spells.
I'm all ears.
How much time do you have?
I have the rest of today. I have nowhere to be.
Let's see. You see he begins to flip out his spell tome. You see it was the book he was looking at earlier.
Mm.
And he begins flipping through the spells. What kind of magic would you like to possibly learn?
Great question.
I've got one that you might like, seeing as there is a possibility with your group eventually being without a home in your adventures.
Okay.
There is a spell that I know called Liamon's Tiny Hut. What it does is it is a spell that casts a 10-foot, a 20-foot diameter half sphere. The outside is camouflaged to the area around it. The inside you can see through the walls. But while you are in the dome, No spell nor magical effect can enter the dome, but it can leave. You can cast spells from inside, but not outside. It does cast 10 minutes to cast ritualistically, so you don't need to
Okay.
use your mana. You can use more of a ritualistic way of casting it, or it would take a minute using the mana of your own body. But if you're out on an adventure and you're in more of a treacherous place in which you are afraid of getting attacked in your sleep, it comes in use.
It sounds like it could be fruitful in venturing in the woods, which may come in handy, especially when I go look for this.
It also
Arcanum
works
blade.
underwater if you can hold your breath for a minute.
Noted. Okay, what else do you got?
This one is quite my favorite. It is the Feign Death spell. Also a ritual spell with the option of casting it with your own magical potential. It is a spell that allows you to cast on a creature, willing or otherwise. And it puts them in a catatonic state in which is indecipherable from death. No heartbeat, no breath. It is a suspension of time, we'll say. You freeze them in time for an hour. You can't tell whether they're dead or not. So if you're in a position where you need to break into a mortuary, you may make yourself look like you are dead, and then after an hour, you snap back into consciousness. Or if you have someone you're trying to transport quietly, that also works.
Huh. Okay.
There is also... I do possess the Darkness spell. It does come in use when my skin is quite literally burning off the bone, and I have seemed to forgot my umbrella.
Yes, quite
One
seems that way.
spell that I love using is the Blur spell. For us mages, it's a quite peculiarly frustrating spell to counteract, which I find humor in. It displaces your body, making you far more difficult to hit. Other than
I think
that,
I'll
I
try
just
that
have
one.
first level spells. Alarm. You set it around a certain perimeter. If anybody breaks that perimeter, you get a little ding in your head. Let you know if people are sneaking up on you.
Gotcha.
And
Actually,
then-
I think I will do the tiny hut. I feel like that'll come in handy.
Tiny hut. Well, what material components do you have?
Well, currently,
You will need some magical chalk and... some magical ink, as well as some magic paper. Around... 150 gold piece worth. And you'll need about 30 minutes for me to teach you.
okay. Well, I have the 150 gold.
We can take a stop past a magic shop to get you the required components, and you may want to fill up on that magical chalk. I feel like, as a person of yourself, you should have known from your studies to keep some on hand. But we all know
Yeah.
you're a little forgetful.
Well, I've been a little
goodness.
occupied since
What the-
leaving home.
No, it's a blame.
Of course. Well, I'd say, do you want to have an actual conversation in a magic shop, or do you just want to go get the items?
We can just go get it.
I'd say quickly enough, you travel to the nearest one, which would be probably the Grimrose magic shop up on the north side. And quickly enough,
Okay.
you are able to... Do you just want to grab 150 gold worth, or do you want to grab more?
And this is actual magical chalk, or is this like
It is
Crimsonium?
it is actual magical ink. You can use Crimsonium as a replacement.
Okay. If I use Crimsonium, how much does it use?
It is 1 level per use, so it would be for Liamon's tiny hut. It would be 3 uses of
3
Crimsonium.
uses. Okay.
where you can just spend the money on a certain amount. It's in 50 gold increments.
Okay.
So 150
So that'd be
gold
three,
for a
right?
3rd level spell, 200 for a 4th level, so on and so forth, starting at 1st level.
Okay. Then yeah, I'll do the 150.
150 just for the one spell?
Yeah.
We have all day. I could teach you more.
That's a good point.
You could honestly, I know you're not hurting for change. You could easily grab 100 platinum worth of magical ink. It'll sustain you for a while, and you may get quite a few spells out of it in your search.
Said 100 platinum. What would that convert to?
1,000 gold. It's a conversion of 10.
Okay.
Or you could do 500. I don't know if you're more poor than you used to be these days.
Not quite, but what I will say is I could pull 2 spells today. I want to go ahead and practice and train myself as well. So can't spend all day with you, Caesar. You know, and delight to be around.
Of course.
So would that be what 300 then?
Depends
two?
on what spells you wanna. No, so it's 50 gold for a 1st level.
Okay.
100 for 2nd level, 150 for 3rd, so on and so forth. If it is an evocation spell, it is half that, because you're an evocation savant or savant.
Yeah. Savant. Okay.
So usually what I recommend for wizards is whenever you get the chance, spend the money to get the components, so that you have you're never not enough. You have a little bit extra, and then you can go refill.
Okay.
We're always enough.
Okay.
So it's however much you want to buy.
I'll spend 300 gold worth. Yeah.
300 gold. All right. So go ahead, remove that gold, and in your inventory, if you scroll down to other possessions, just type in 300 GP. Magical ink / paper.
Uh, 300 GP. Okay.
And it seems lucky for you, Lehman's Tiny Hut is in fact a evocation spell. So it'll take us 15 minutes, assuming you're skilled enough. And only 75 gold piece worth of that magical components.
Perfect. That means I have left over.
All right, well, let's begin. Go ahead and roll a Arcana check. You need to beat a 13 or higher.
13 or higher. 13 plus 7, so.
Oh yeah, dirty 20. Easy. In a fraction of the time, in about 15 minutes, and using that, you are able to add Lehman's Tiny Hut to your spell list.
Perfect.
All it takes.
So if
Couples
you
already with this treatment.
That's all it takes.
So if you go to manage spells and you go to add spell under 3rd level, you'll just look for Lehman's Tiny Hut, the new one, not the legacy. And the thing with ritual spells is even if you do not have them prepared for the day, you can still cast them as a ritual.
Okay.
If you want to cast them in the 1 minute, you would have to have it prepared.
Okay.
If you cast it as a ritual, it'll be 10 minutes of time.
Okay.
And the material component is just a crystal bead, no gold worth. So you just use your staff for that.
Yeah. Okay.
But you should be able to see it pop up on your spell list. And if you don't have it prepared, it requires 10 minutes to cast. But it is a 20-foot diameter sphere. It doesn't go underground. It's flat on the bottom.
Okay.
And it is technically movable. Like if the ground gives out, it will fall with it. But it maintains its own like environment inside. Perfect temperature, perfect weather, humidity, gravity, everything. It's its own little dome of protection.
Perfect. Yeah, and I think I think that'd be perfect. Cool. Sweet.
Well, seems you got a hold of that a little bit quicker. I guess you weren't lying when you said your specialty was evocation. Anything else you want me to teach you? I do have... Well, I don't know if I'll teach you that one. It's a trick of the trade. But I do have, as I said, alarm, blur, feign death.
Let's do blur. I feel like that'll come in handy.
Blur? Alright. Well, that is an illusion spell. It is 2nd level, so that will be 100 gold, and that is 10 minutes, I believe.
Wow, all 10 minutes.
Well, actually, let me double check I'm getting this right.
And so I've got to take away that gold point too, right? Those gold.
Oh, I lied. For each level of the spell, I guess they changed it. The process takes 2 hours and costs 50 gold per level.
Okay.
So I'd say for that first one, it was a majority. Well, it's evocation, so it's half the time. So it took 3 hours to do.
Okay. 3
So
hours.
For this one, it would be a 2nd level spell of blur. So it's going to require 4 hours and 100 gold pieces.
4 hours and 100.
100 gold pieces.
All right.
Go ahead and roll an Arcana check. You need to be to 12 or higher.
Okay. So I've successfully, and I'm pulling away from that magical ink and paper gold point, right?
Correct.
Okay, so I've spent 175 basically of that. 18 plus 7.
Oh yeah, easy enough. You spend a majority of the day, you're transcribing it, as well as he's teaching you how to use it. And you can successfully add 2nd level blur to your spell list.
Nice.
And that is a majority of the day spent doing that.
Yeah.
So you spent 7 hours of the day. I assume you guys are... You found a nice spot by one of the local ponds, you know, and just spent time practicing the spell in a field.
Yeah. And this is not the legacy version, right?
Yes, not the legacy.
Okay.
Well,
Cool.
you said you didn't want to spend all day with me, but it seems you've forgotten the time spent on these sort of things.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've learned new magical capabilities.
Don't worry, I can tell.
Can you?
Yes. How are your martial abilities?
It's been a while since I've trained on that as well.
Oh, brother.
Do you wish to fight?
Let's do it.
All right, I'll let you take the first hit.
Thank God, just get me out of here,
And we will do
Yeah.
we will just do rollies for this.
Okay.
please.
So what you're mainly using hand to hand, right?
So I have that, I have a dagger, and then I have my staff.
So I'd say
Uh,
you can use dexterity or strength, whichever one you wish, and we'll do 3 rounds of this. Best of 3.
You said dexterity or which one? Strength?
Or strength, whichever one's higher.
Okay. My dexterity is higher.
He's also going to be rolling with dexterity. So we'll
so when I
do...
do dexterity, it's not the big number at the bottom, it's just the plus number.
Yep, it's just the plus number. So it's a d20 plus that number, and we'll do best of 3.
Okay. First one.
It's a 14. You see he's
Nice.
a little cocky at first, letting you kind of get in a few swings and kind of like, a little quicker than I thought. Well, I think we should give you a little better practice. And you see this. You see the shadow that is cast on his feet. You see it begin to materialize into an identical version of him.
Oh, what I've seen before.
Let's see how you do against two combatants. And they say this at the exact same time.
Fair enough. I got a 13.
17. You get your ass handed to you. It's hard to keep track of them behind you and in front of you. You get a few swings in and then you like blink and your back's on the ground in the wet ice of the ground. And he goes, "You got to watch out around you. You have to be aware of your full surroundings. Otherwise, you may find yourself in a worse position."
Right, yep. And I
He
kind of get up, just
reaches his hand out and helps you up. A little sore. And then the final one. So you've each won one.
Okay. Ooh, 23.
19. So, you start to get the hang of it. He's kind of adjusting your stance. You see he's kind of like kicks your foot, gets your knees better, you know, kind of begins kind of slowly going through the movements of deflection and such. And you go for quite a bit and you're getting a little exhausted, but you finally do trip his clone. You kind of put your foot on his chest and you're able to pull your dagger out just quick enough where his sword's about to meet your neck, like the backside, the dull side, and you have your dagger just barely close enough to his throat where he stops for a second and he is kind of looking at you. You're quite getting the hang of this.
Yeah, I've fought you and your duplicate twice. I'm starting to pick up on the patterns here.
Maybe next time we can go for 3 or 4 individuals.
Up for the challenge.
Then he moves his blade and sheaths it back.
Do the same.
So, because you have trained and successfully won, you get an option. You can add a +1 bonus to either athletics or acrobatics. It is up to you. They should be at the top of your list.
Yeah. Athletics or acrobatics. Let's do...
I know you're...
they're
not fantastic.
both pretty
right?
low. Yeah. I'll just double down on acrobatics.
Acrobatics? Alright, so if you click it, you can see customize on the right side.
Oh, yeah.
You'll see skill misc bonus. You can just put a 1 in there.
There you go. Okay.
Well, it seems that it is getting a little later in the day. I hope I didn't ruin your plans for the entirety of what you wanted to do.
Hey, this is actually kind of what I was looking forward to.
Well, if you ever need any more guidance for a withering mind such as your own, I am always here to help.
Sounds good. I'm going to return back. It's getting late.
Right. Well, you have successfully done a wizard thing.
Thanks.
He
Hey,
kind
dude.
of nods and walks off. Yes, Lou?
Lou's was wanting to go to the Amber Glass Witch's Tower. Could she just so happen to pass by them two fighting?
I'd say they're doing it long enough where I'd say absolutely. You would see them on the banks of the canal. You see that there's a small park. There's a few benches, a small pond, and you just see them practice. I'd say at this point you see them just practicing. It would be earlier in their training, so it's more of them actually casting spells and going through like the spell components, the ritualistic casting, the various ways of doing it. They are kissing. They are kissing violently throughout this process.
She's walking by. She's yelling out, "Oh, it's so nice to see the lovebirds having a date."
In the middle of a fight, just okay. Yeah.
You kind of turn your head. You get socked in the side of the jaw. You like, keep your eyes on your enemies.
That was on that second round.
Yeah,
Get my
yeah,
ass handed to me.
yeah, yeah. But we will
Lou
go.
again, getting me hurt.
We will go to Lou real quick, and then we will transition to Zara and Yerk. So, Lou, what are you wanting to do?
So, like I said, she's heading to the Amber Glass Witch's Tower with her turret golem.
Alrighty. You arrive there. The large, spiring white tower, the amber-colored gemstones arcing throughout. No door.
She'll just kind of knock on something.
Boom, boom. Ding, ding. What do you want? Oh, it's you, Lou.
Yes. I was wondering if anybody would be interested in running an experiment with me.
Ophelia's out for the day. She is on some official, Cardinal Board, events, business. What is it that you are needing to do? I may be able to pass it along.
I'm needing to run a experiment with a artificial intelligence and magical items.
I would have to set up an appointment. She is a very busy woman. Less time for leisure and more time for official government work.
Is there anybody else in that wheel to help me out?
Not here. Most of us are more aides to her business, less professionals.
Do you know of anywhere I might be able to go to?
If you're wanting more experiments, I mean, there's the Grimrose Magic Shop and the Fading Veil Alchemical Shop. I know those two are ordained witches. They may have some experience in that nature.
Okay. Yeah, it didn't have to be Ophelia. It was just first person I thought of. So thank you for that.
Of course. Well, I bid you adieu. I've got business to attend to.
Yep.
This
I
is
think she'll-
this is Scrimmy, by the way. Is his name?
Kirby.
The
Thank you,
red
Scrimmy.
kobold.
She'll head to the Fading Veil Alchemist Supply store then.
All right. You eventually make your way there, and you come across. You would see Ordained Witch Daya, the blue and golden-haired tiefling, kind of moving some supplies around the front, kind of dusting off the snow that is kind of accumulated on the porch. Hi, Lou. How's it going?
Nah, Dad. It's going okay. Kind of a question for you. Would you be interested in running an experiment with me?
Well, I do love experiments. What do you have in mind?
It involves magical items and my turret golem here. I want to do an experiment to see if the artificial intelligence inside would be able to be considered in possession of a magical item, and that magical item kind of reciprocate understanding that it's being possessed.
By artificial intelligence, do you mean like an enchanted creature that is like in an awakened state?
Yes.
So kind of like an awakened sword or an awakened book.
Yes.
And you are curious as to whether it can use a magic item?
Not that it can use it, more like the magical item understands it's being possessed.
Not
Not like a spiritual sense, in a
Like a charmed sense.
something like that. Yeah, something that tells it, hey, somebody's trying to use me,
So,
type of ordeal. Like say like there's a magical item that responds to somebody's emotional state.
then depending, in my professional opinion, from my schooling, what I learned that any awakened creature that has the capacity for higher intelligence, such as ourselves, magic items do affect it. So if you have an awakened sword, something that can talk, speak, has, a certain level of intelligence, charming spells, enchantments do have an effect on them.
Okay.
Ah! Thank you for blinding me, Will. Jesus.
So the other reason why I'm asking this and wanting to do an experiment is technically this is a different style of an awakened spell, if that makes sense.
How so?
It's still created with magical means, but the intelligence of it is actually higher than the average person.
Then it may have a greater resistance to enchantment magics, but there's still an effect. A good way that I would explain this is there is a certain spell called the clone spell. Basically, it makes an identical copy of yourself. Technically, it doesn't exist until you die and your soul transfers to that vessel, but some people have been able to find ways to give their clones their own sense of self. Basically, an awakened clone to do certain tasks, almost like a summoning. And the intelligence can be modified. They have been known to be resistant to enchantment magic, but can still be affected, regardless of how they were made.
Now, these specific awakenings, stuff like that, do they possess their own emotions?
Depends on what the individual has enchanted it with. Most of them do not, as a emotional, intelligent copy of yourself tends to be an issue when it comes to who the real one is. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I just meant not from the clone spell, just in general.
In general, yes, emotionless awakened items can still be affected by things such as charm or other enchantments and such.
Okay. So
they're resistant, but can still be affected.
So they still can be affected.
Basically, so in game terms, they have advantage on the saves.
So then, in game terms, does the turret golem have to keep making rolls to?
Yep.
Okay.
If you look at the stat block for the turret golem, it'll give its wisdom score.
Yeah. Damn. Sorry if that was random.
No, I always look forward to answering intellectual questions.
Yeah, it's a conundrum right now. There's a magical item we're planning on retrieving, but we can't exactly interact with it because it would affect our rage. And if we try to contain it even in a pocket dimension, the crave for using it in that rage could still reach us.
I may have a solution.
How so?
So from my experience, I've dealt with like cursed items, right? Mm-hmm. Items that are attuned to an individual forcefully. Basically, the moment you touch it, you're attuned to it, and you get a feeling of draw towards an item. The best method I've found to contain these is lead. A lead box. Lead has a high magical resistance property to it. As magic is in tune itself, technically radiation from molecules, lead has a high resistance property to allowing that magic to flow through it, similar to like arcane radiation. If there is an exposed item, we put it in lead boxes to prevent it from affecting the outside area. It would be intelligent to assume that the curse-like properties using magic would undergo a similar effect if it was placed in a box made of lead.
Lou kind of had like a, why didn't I think of that shit type of look. Like,
Yeah.
um,
It kind
What
of
is the
clicks in your
metal-
brain. It's like, holy shit, that's exactly how we treat
Yeah.
isotopes in
Yeah.
our world.
Yeah, the Turgrim's metal isn't made in any type of lead. Is it?
No, that would be like a specialty order.
Yeah.
No,
Are you by chance-
I can't promise the feeling will leave you entirely, because obviously you have to get in contact with it before putting in the box.
Yeah.
But it may give you, allow those who do feel a draw to have a resistance.
Right. Would you be able to transmute metal into lead?
I have a few boxes. What kind of size do you need? I mean, I deal with chemical components quite a bit. I've got a few on hand if you want to purchase one.
How much would you say is a box the size of a mask?
I mean, it'd have to be a little larger than the size of a head. It's about 1.5 feet by 1.5 feet.
Mhm.
So probably 2 square foot box.
Probably something around a 2 square foot box.
I think I may have one. I could sell it to you for... lead's kind of expensive. 200 gold?
Jeez. Yeah, that's gonna be on my price range.
I mean, we could always work something out. I do have various tasks. If you would help me with one of my experiments, then I may be able to reduce
Sure.
the price. You're an alchemist yourself, correct?
I am, yes.
Yes. So this would be a perfect help for me. I'm currently working on a certain elixir. Kind of embarrassing, but it has been requested by some of the soldiers up at the fort. I will request that you keep this kind of private if you're wishing to help. So, I've gathered some ambrosia flowers. They are used for enhancement of the libido.
Mhm.
You see she's kind of blushing a bit.
Yeah.
Helps improve performance for some of the soldiers.
Yeah, honey, you're talking to somebody who's been 200 years old. The body's just a body.
And I'm having some trouble getting the dosage right, as well as the fermenting process.
Okay. As far as the dosing
She's making
goes-
rhino pills, basically, for the military.
Yeah. As far as the dosing goes, have you calculated it by their weight?
Yes, I'm trying to make a dosage that would be just as effective for the more robust soldiers, as well as the not as robust ones.
It's going to be difficult. They both the rotund and less rotund are going to have different resistances and such to get the blood flowing. So it'd be better to do two separate ones, two different dosing sizes on them. Unfortunately.
Right. Well, here, we can go ahead and get started. I mainly need help on the distilling. I need a solidified base concentration so that I can then determine the size of the potions. Because I feel like I could do, like, a to-order dosage. But I'm having trouble, getting a consistent concentration out of the distillery. So I'd say this is going to take some time. It's going to require 3 rolls. It is going to be intelligence plus your proficiency. This would be a alchemical supply check, basically.
So another one.
So intelligence plus your proficiency. You need 2 successes. The DC is going to be 15.
Trying to see.
What are you trying to see?
Trying to see if my alchemist supplies are giving me help as well.
They're not. You have to have alchemy supplies on your person to use them. You're at her shop, so she has all the alchemist supplies for you. But the supplies themselves don't give you any benefit or disadvantage. It's just you need them to use the skill check. If that makes sense.
I was thinking of something. It might have been a feat or something I was thinking of, or something.
Yeah, I mean, I know there's certain.
If you use the specific tooling, yeah, it gives you whatever.
Those are like specific items, like a map would give you advantage on that. You would need something like a alchemist cookbook in order to get a bonus on that. They're typically like informational books, not the actual supplies themselves.
Okay, I was thinking like beakers and bullshit like that.
Yep. So go ahead and roll a intelligence check. Add your proficiency.
First one is an 18, 11 plus 7.
Nice.
Next one is a 17.
Nice.
10 plus 7. Last one. 20. Flat 20.
20.
13 plus 7.
So rather than the 3 hours it would have taken you, I'd say in about an hour and a half, you were able to help her kind of do the math and dial in the distillery, and you're able to get a consistent concentration of the ambrosia flower mixture.
How did that get tested?
That is kind of where you're at now. She's standing there. So, Lou, how would you recommend we test the dosage?
Easy enough. She'll walk outside with her and point out 2 guys. One of them that's rotund, like in the military, and one that's not.
She is gonna roll a investigation with disadvantage because she is embarrassed as fuck. So that is a 6.
Damn.
She's sitting there. I guess that one may be more blessed.
Good word.
Now, whenever you meant rotund and such, did you mean
build
wise?
No.
Okay.
She is avoiding all eye contact and just like shrinking.
She gives her a pat on the head like it's okay. All right.
Because I want to get it right before they bulk order.
Of course.
10 out of 10 side quest.
Let's head up to the military.
Would you be able to do that for me?
I'll do it for you. I'll let you go hide out in the shop. Don't worry.
She immediately like hands you the like big vial and like the smaller like dosed vials. You see there's markings on them for milligrams. And she just hands it and just skitters off and just shuts the door.
All right. She'll make her way to the military.
You eventually make your way over to the fort. You see there is just a plethora of soldiers around the Dragon's Guard in their full plate armor in different groups of 5, 10, 15 people, and you see the massive walls surrounding the fort. You begin walking up to the gate. Yes. What is it you need?
There, I'm on kind of an errand for shit. Where to go?
Come on, you've got your list. Use your
I'm trying to
list.
find it. I'm trying to find Dia, ordained witch Dia.
Oh yes, alchemist.
Yes. We're needing to test out the product. And we need
Yes.
some volunteers. Ones that are rotund
you see,
not
he,
as
he
rotund.
looks at the guard next to him, and the other guard just goes, "We can be your test subjects."
Well, that depends. How big are y'all?
You see, the other one goes, "Oh, big enough, I think."
Whip them out. Let's see. She's a 200-year-old old lady.
you
She
see
does
the
not
you
give
see the
zero
one you see the
fucks.
one on the right kind of lean forward. Okay, maybe not big enough.
All right, I need honesty if I'm going to test these out safely. Okay.
They convey the information. Okay, let me get a D8. Their constitution is +2. 8. And a 3.
8 inches, 3 inches, crazy.
Okay. All right.
It was a wild side quest.
You're the one that made it.
Yeah, I know. I didn't. It'd be a little bit. I thought you'd be a little bit more about it, but okay.
So, what are the sizes that she has set out?
There are various milligrams. Probably 1 milligram per.
1 milligram per. All right, for you, Mister 3-incher.
Do you say that out loud?
I'm in my character voice, ain't I?
you see the taller one just start bellowing and laughter. You see the other one just like his head just starts drawing.
So let's do 3 milligrams for you, and Mr. 8 will do 4.
All right. Well, our break is here in about an hour or so. We will take our leave for our lunch break, and we will inform you as to the quality.
Well, you gotta take it now, so I know that it actually works, and nothing bad happens. So try again, Sonny.
I don't think that would be smart. We are on duty right now.
How long do you have until your lunch break?
An hour?
Oh, good. Then we can see how long it takes for it to wear off too.
Roll a persuasion check.
Y'all volunteered. Do I get advantage because they volunteered?
No, not
Yeah.
You were saying sure. You were.
Let him out with you.
That is a 17.
All right. They look at each other. Okay. If it's for scientific purposes, and they drink it, we will give our report when it dies down.
All right.
And they just stand there awkwardly now.
She'll go find somewhere to wait.
This is crazy.
Again, you forget you're dealing with a 200-year-old fucking what's the word I'm thinking?
200-year-old woman.
Purling
Yeah.
purling that is made from copies.
Yeah,
Human body doesn't exactly excite her anymore.
fair enough.
Well, I get it, but also like in the military, they're just like it's kind of the same vibe, which is great.
Yeah. Soldiers buying rhino pills at every chance they get. We're going to Thailand, boys. You eventually make your way. Oh, I just saw that. Oh God, I remember that scene. I haven't seen that scene in a long time. What a great movie. Isn't that? Oh God, what movie is that from?
Scary movie.
Scary movie, yeah. Scary
Scary
movie, yeah. Oh, that's fucking hilarious.
Oh,
Will's just. Oh my God, Will's checked out.
So Ed is still in the chat and Johnny, and they're probably looking at the D&D chat. What the fuck are they talking about in there?
Jesus, JC. Oh God. All right. Lou, you eventually make your way back to the Fading Veil magical supply. You see Daya just barely peeking out the curtains.
did they give their report back or?
It's gonna take a while to do, but you just came back with the dosage box and.
All right.
Gotta
Wait an hour. We'll see how it goes.
Thank you, Lou. I'm not the most knowledgeable of such subjects, so it's kind of awkward.
That's all right.
For me.
I'll be here when they get back, so we can work more on it.
All right. I'd say you hang around the shop for a little bit. Report is given. You see they drop a note off of the door and quickly march off.
What's it read?
Works exactly as intended.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Lou. This has been quite helpful. I think that the reward is more than due. You see that there is a lead box sitting on the counter. It's heavy as shit. It's a 2-foot lead box, like about an inch thick.
That's what she got the turret going for.
Roll a strength check to move it to the turret golem.
Beep, 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 beep. It's a natural one. No addition.
You can't lift it off of the counter.
More effective in other things than strength, unfortunately, but
Yes. Do you have a friend maybe that could?
yeah, I'll have to get somebody to come help me out.
It took me
transport
about
just-
the entire hour you were gone to get it just there.
Yeah, yeah. I got a way to move it around. Just no way to move it onto the thing to move it around.
Yes.
But
Well, it will be here waiting for you.
thank you. And I'm glad to can help out. Honestly,
I don't have much help around the shop. It's kind of just me. I don't have the workforce that the other shops do.
Yeah, no. The reward thing was really even then wasn't really necessary. I'm happy to help out.
Well, I sure have a lot of work to do around the shop and various other facets. So if you ever feel the need to make a quick coin or just help out, I'll be here.
All right. We'll get some help with this real quick and I'll be back.
All right. So as you are leaving, we will transition to Zara and Yerk. As you all,
Not as exciting. Yes.
as you all find your way into the Celestial Grove. Boom. There we go. And go ahead. Do that. And I will go ahead and add Zara and Yerk. As you guys enter through the stairs into the main chapel, the large and expansive temple, this cathedral, the Celestial Grove. You hear the music playing, soft prayers being spoken by various citizens. It seems that they have just finished up a sermon for the day. And you see Mother Islena is currently closing up notes at the central podium. You both walk in to the Celestial Grove Temple.
So I turn over to Yerk, grab him by the shoulders, tell him, you need to go take a jump in that pool over there and relax. Do what you need to do, and I will be over here where the shrine of Tarzal is at.
Maybe it's been a while. At this point, I'm not in a great shape in appearance of myself. So that will be a good starter.
All right. Well, I'll give you some time, and I'll be here if you need me.
Don't you want to get washed up too? You might be able to get that rotten skin away for a bit.
It's crazy to say to a
sorry.
girl. That's insane.
Yeah.
Just the basket.
I'm stuck this way. Oh no, I will not go in that pool. No, I'll probably go in there later. But I have other things to attend to right now.
How long's a while?
Righty, I'll let you do it. And Yerk just wanders to the floor, just de-stresses a bit in there.
All right. As soon as you go to take a step into the sacred pool, I need you to roll a Constitution saving throw.
God damn it!
Well, it turns black. The whole pool turns black.
Not one. +5, but not one.
You take 21 points of radiant damage.
Oh!
As
Wow.
Yerk, you now find out that you are vulnerable to radiant damage.
Yerk just screeches. Just screeches.
So, if you go to your character sheet,
Okay.
That's what gets the chocolate.
in immunities and conditions, do
Yeah.
you see that?
Give me just a sec. I saw that just a sec ago. Yes, I see it. Conditions,
I
yeah.
put it in my sheet for
So,
check it.
on defenses, it says resistances, immunities, or vulnerabilities.
Yep.
Go ahead and click that. Click customize. Click vulnerability and choose radiant damage.
Oh, well, I kind of.
Yerk,
Oh,
you are vulnerable to divine energy. As you place your foot in the sacred pool, the holy water scorches your skin. It feels like no pain you have ever felt before, as your foot feels like it's on fire. And it arcs through your body, a shock, as you immediately pull your foot out in searing pain.
Oh! I guess not gonna.
You see a
Not
bunch of the
gonna-
other denizens of the pool looking over with like very wide eyes as you just had a very negative reaction to holy water.
I swear this wasn't this like this before.
You see one of the sisters walks up to you. I think it best that you leave the premises. Those of infernal nature are not allowed on hollow ground.
Don't.
What do you? I was like this before. What do you mean?
You need to leave, or we will have you escorted out. Whether in chains or your own fruition, it is up to you.
Let me talk with Mother Zelina real quick.
Follow me.
Okay.
You see about 3 of them, as well as 2 Dragon's Guard in holy regalia, escort you into a back room. Zara, you see about a few seconds later, Yerk being trailed by 2 holy guard and about 3 or 4 nuns, the clerics, being escorted into a back room. What are you doing right now, Zara?
Oh, you're messing up my plan. First, I'm going to run over there and ask what the hell is going on.
This creature has entered our temple with the aura of an infernally bound being. We expressly forbid their presence on hollow ground. He is lucky he did not burst into flames the moment he walked on our property, but as it is clear from his reaction to holy water that he is an infernal being and must be dealt with.
He's not an infernal being. He's come here before.
Holy water does not lie.
Well, I'm sure. But what I mean is he was not this way before.
But he
How
is
could
now.
this be?
So he will be escorted to our temporary holding chambers while we figure this out. If you wish to join him, you are more than free to join us and him in chains.
Am I there right now?
Yeah, you are currently sitting there, and the guards are in the process of putting chains on your hand.
Sorry, it's fine. I just have to talk with Mother Selena, and then should be cleared.
You better not lay a hand on him.
It is not your choice to decide that. Behave yourself or you will be removed as well.
No, just kidding. I'm just kidding.
We
Just
have
give him
divine
time.
rules that we must follow.
Understand, but give him time to talk to her. This is not something that we knew of. Please understand that.
Roll a persuasion check. Or did you... No? Yeah, persuasion.
Oh, where is it? Oh my gosh, okay. 13.
Zara's good at lying, not convincing.
No. 13.
13. We will do with him what we need to. Guards, please escort him. So you're escorted past the double doors. You see Yerk disappear into another room. What are you doing,
Alright.
Zara? Are you just waiting on him?
Yeah, but I need to call on Zarthal still.
Alright. Which one do you want to do first? Do you want to call on Zarthal with Yerk there? Is that what you're hoping?
Mm-hmm. Well, no, he doesn't have to be there.
Okay.
He can be in the back room.
So while Yerk is being transported, Zara, you take a step into the shrine chamber. And you eventually make your way to the shrine for Zarthal.
I kneel down in front of the shrine and call out to Zarthal. Zarthal, the silent shadow in the still night, harboring the final hour, hear my voice by the veil of the shrouds from the living, from the dead. I call you forth.
That was a good prayer. Roll a religion check with advantage.
Oh, I keep putting my dice for that. Ooh, okay, religion with
Advantage.
yeah. Okay, 12 plus, where is my religion? Plus 5, so 17.
17? You begin to see the flames at the brazier begin to flicker slower as time begins to slow down. You see the room around you begin to darken and wither, the temple growing in age, but not in a decrepit state, but almost like a beautiful extent of nature, vines, grass, a sanctuary, peaceful compared to the previous instances. You hear footsteps behind you, see a familiar figure just running his hand along the vines on the wall, just the various flowers that have sprouted. Well, what is it you need?
We need to talk about a lot.
All right, do you have a souls for me? You still have a
Oh.
week, but I assume that's why you were calling upon me.
Not necessarily, but let me take a look. I have one, but it's small.
All right. Well, then what do you need to talk about? As I have told you many times before, I do not have a lot of time to be spent outside of my duties.
Yes, I hear you. So, there seems to be this being by the name of Sinrir trying to get myself and my group to agree to his festivities of trying to stop the gods and divines.
Oh, he's on that
Leaving.
plan again? I thought he was done with that when the Watchman severed his spinal cord from his body. Mortals are so annoying to deal with. Think they know better.
And so on top of that, there has been an incident in regard to the release of a prophecy by the name Eternus.
You see he just sighs and just looks up into the sky and just shakes his head. Did you have anything to do with this?
No, I do not. For once.
You
Thank
see
you.
an almost surprised look on his
Stop.
face. Well, in that case, explain the situation, if you would. As with the name of Eternus being spoken, this is probably something I have to converse with the Divine Council, which spends more time outside of work.
Right. So basically what happened was, from what I can gather, because remember, I was not a part of this scheme, I just observed briefly.
Mhm.
There was some type of objective that was given to someone in the group to inject a specific species by the name of the Banshee Hawk with I guess something called a corruption, which ended up not being a corruption, but ended up being Eternus himself, or at least a piece of Eternus. And now we have this Banshee Hawk that is now part of Eternus. She kind of looks down, like she's
I'm
in trouble.
gonna
but she's
take a
like,
wild guess. And I'm going to say you're most likely trying to inform me that a new vassal of Eternus has been released due to the direct and negligent actions of the party that you have been spending time with. A fragment, a vassal, that the Watchmen spent years fixing. My daughter almost dying to prevent, and you are telling me that they subverted all of that work. And there is another. And you decided to go off on your own, knowing what you had in your possession, failing to inform the party of who it was, even though we had found out what it was. So you left that information to the wind, and not having that information led them to this.
I still
It's
think it would
not
have.
looking so bad anymore, huh?
No,
But
because it still would have happened.
But you didn't inform them that the thing affecting and maybe speaking to them all was Eternus, even though we
I did not know it was Eternus.
we talked
We didn't have
about it.
We didn't have a name yet.
We did. When you
I don't
came
know.
when you came to me after talking with Kelemvor, as he informed us of what the soul was and that we were going to research, and he stated that in this soul was a fragment of a very bad individual. He may not have given an exact name,
He didn't give a name.
but knowing that another one of your party came in contact with this, you didn't send a letter or a
I
message?
did send a letter.
Did he receive and read the letter?
I don't think so. Apparently.
So, here's what's gonna happen, Sarah. You're gonna be put hold on soul duty for now. But you get the ripe opportunity to try and fix this problem. By fixing it, I mean helping me divert some of my personal work so I can go talk to the Divine Council. So when you arrive, you will have 10 pieces of paper, each of which is a different soul that needs to be judged. That will be your prerogative to complete. Go through the lives of these souls, list the pros and cons of these individuals, and where you believe they should be placed in the afterlife.
Everybody's going down.
And then sit and think about what it's going to be like for me to go to the council and inform them that everything we worked for, everything the Lonely Mage worked for over the past 25, 30 years has just been scrapped and needs to be redone.
Yeah, fuck y'all.
That's Taya saying fuck you guys for ruining what she did.
3-year campaign.
But for you, Zara, I'm a little less upset. Because you didn't have a direct involvement in it. So I thank you for that. And if it is of your wish that you are not deserving of this punishment, feel free to pawn the work off on those who are responsible, so they know what true responsibility looks like when dealing with the lives of millions, because apparently they didn't decide to think about that when they released this power on the world. And I wouldn't be surprised if a certain Angel of Wrath decided to give your little party a visit. He doesn't make a lot of time for things, but I feel like that angel will take some time out of his day to scold you all. So, make preparations, because you may be visited by Michael soon. And that is a conversation I do not want to be a part of.
Got a couple more things.
You see, he just clenches and just tries to catch his breath.
Relax. You're getting so worked up. You've done it before. You can do it again.
Do you know how much planning went into place? Millennia of planning to make sure that that got done. It's not for you. It's not because of you.
Not because of me.
What
No.
else do you have to inform me of, Zara?
So, on top of that, going back to Sinrir, he is trying to obtain the Mask of the Synth.
Of course he is.
He has two. The one that he is
It's not bad.
trying to get next is Rage,
All right.
and the person that has it is Dragar. And we've found out that we are able to obtain it, but if we do so, it can overtake us.
As the
So,
masks do.
Just wondering if maybe you knew a way for us to obtain it without it overtaking us?
Be more mentally sound than you are now.
Well, after that riveting conversation, of course my mind is calm.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. I wish you luck.
I have one more thing.
Go on.
So, she pulls out the orb. This thing here, you're very fond of it, I
Yes,
know.
the thing that we talked about and you regretted to inform the rest of your party about. Yes, I remember it.
See her just like squinching
Quite
at every moment.
well.
So I have a real big inkling that part of Eternus is in this thing.
That's what we were
Without-
alluding to.
Oh, okay. Just making sure we're on the same page.
No, I
Okay.
thought we were on different books. Yes, we're on the same page.
Making sure. You never gave me a name. Or Calamvor, whatever the hell. He never gave me a name. So it is Eternus. We are now at this
Yes,
is who
that
it
is a fragment of his power.
I am asking because I want to be sure moving forward. I don't want to be in the unknown.
It is
So
also
forgive me for
a fragment of Azrael's.
Don't. I know that.
Did you just say duh?
Yes, I did. I'm very frustrated with this conversation.
You're frustrated. Please inform me of your frustrations. What is it that you have to do that is causing this frustration?
Talk to you and deal with you now.
Do you want to go to Celestia and have this conversation? Because be my guest. Have it for me.
Can I go?
No, you cannot fucking go. It was a figure of speech. Inform your party. Be very careful with it. No one but you may come into contact with it. I request you probably want to put it back in the box that you had it in and we're supposed to keep it in.
But he already touched it.
One more thing.
Yes.
What if someone else did touch it?
You let someone else touch the orb that I specifically requested you not let anyone. You're just handing shit on a platter to me, are you?
Well, actually, 2 people touched it. Well, actually, 4 people touched it.
Who?
So the first 3 touched it was the Fates. And then the last
That's
person
fine.
to touch it was Yerk. And now he's in some kind of purgatory in the church because he's now some type of infernal type of aura.
So, what that means. In what way did he touch the orb?
stroked it with, I don't know, he touched it, he fell asleep.
So there was
He
a
was in some kind of
chance
a-
that he is now connected to Eternus through what we refer to as a soul bond. A soul
Oh.
bond is an effective form of choosing a vessel. This did he touch the soul before or after the Banshee Hawk was transformed into this vestige? After? Is there anything you're not telling me about the whole situation with the Banshee Hawk and the vestige or the vassal?
I guess this is maybe important. I don't know. I don't really care about him. So you know Atlas.
Yes.
Yeah, he died because it took part of him.
As it needs a vessel or to consume a soul in order to persist itself. Yes, I'm aware.
No,
You
that's
can
all I
see
know.
he's visibly stressing.
Oh yeah, like that's all I know. Oh well, Wilma showed up. You remember her?
Yes, I do. I assume she is a consort of Sinrir, and that's how you got the request for the masks.
Yes. But that's all I know. Don't be so upset.
Give
Seems
me.
sweaty.
You said it was Yerk, right?
Right.
See him snap his finger. Yerk, you find yourself in this room.
Oh shit.
You
What?
see you appear
damn.
behind Zara.
She turns around slowly. Hey, buddy.
Yerk. Well, Yerk, you
Yes?
see a shrouded figure in a plague doctor outfit. You see what Zara hasn't really noticed, but you see the bark, the ground, the foliage around dying slowly in a radius around him. Yerk, I assume you know who I am.
Lee from Zara?
This situation with the vassal, as it seems some of you are a little less knowing of the situation, please inform me as to your nature in this whole debacle.
In what way?
Please restroom.
All of it.
Oh, I was mostly traveling with a group of people and
Not
I died.
from the beginning, Yerk. In regards to the close actions of this transformation.
You're referring to the Banshee Hawk?
Yes.
Well, there was kind of thing that was injected to the Banshee Hawk. I'm not too certain. Something to do with Crimsonian, I'm assuming?
All right. And you personally, your involvement.
I was not involved with this. I was more unknowing of it until it happened. We
Where
were
did this
too slow
happen?
to do it. In front of the crystal cage.
I have a wild question. And this is gonna concern you in one of two ways. You didn't happen to have purchased this Banshee Hawk, or were in any way tied to it by any
Yeah.
chance.
Yes, I did purchase this Banshee Hook.
Were you connected to it through, let's say, a slaver's sigil?
Yes.
Be
It
specific.
shows the hand. Shows the hand.
Hmm. Well, Zara, I seem to have figured out a small issue with what's going on. It seems Eternus has learned from the last time and has added certain contingencies to his plan. You remember how I said a vestige or a vassal needs a soul to operate.
Right.
The first time they were defeated, there were only one soul. So when that was defeated, the vassal was defeated. It seems here there is now at least a single line of souls. So Yerk, I am sorry to inform you, but even if you were to kill the vassal, it looks like its power would default to you as a vessel. So I hope you can come to terms with that. And he snaps, and you see Yerk disappear.
Perception.
Please deal with the paperwork as quickly as you can. Expect a visit soon. You may want to mentally prepare your party for a visit of the divine persuasion in the coming future. I cannot promise that some will live through the process, as Michael is a wrathful individual.
Okay.
And collect souls once the paperwork is done. While you are working on it, I will not worry about your quota, but get the souls judged promptly. I get to go yell. I get to go yelled at. Get yelled at by my father now. So I thank you for this enlightening conversation.
You're welcome.
He waves his hand, and you find yourself back into the temple, and you hear a as there is now a crack on the statue that they have of Zarthal.
Well,
Yerk,
that was
you were in the middle of getting processed as you disappeared from the table and then reappeared. You are still being surrounded. Mother Islena has just entered the room. Yes, it has come to my attention that Yerk was apprehended. They have a conversation. So, Yerk, it seems you have had a foul reaction to our holy waters.
Yes, I did. I was perfectly fine before. I'm not sure. I mean, I guess I was transported out Zarthol now, and then I something to do with Soulbound and Turnus, and I don't know.
She kind of... I understand. Unfortunately, Yerk, due to divine law, in your current situation, I may not allow you to enter our holy grounds or any other holy grounds recognized by the Divine Church, as your presence may threaten the lives of our followers. So I must ask, until this is figured out, that you leave our premise and do not return until it is fixed. As we cannot promise that who you are now is truly yourself and not someone wishing to infiltrate our collection.
Help with the bird's mentality.
I
You may be
understand.
escorted out.
Sorry I failed you.
You are picked up by the arms and you were dragged outside, unshackled, and thrown to the curb.
No, that's so sad.
Did they say what time there was? Is there a time they say? I never.
You hear a voice as you are thrown out into the city. Do you not see how they treat you?
I knew that he was going to say that.
They do not care for you as a person, but me, I care for every piece of you. A fault here, a darkness here. I can help nurture you to be better. I can help you when they will not. All you have to do is ask. As you tumble into the snow, the ice-cold, wet ground, you see people turning their nose to you and walking past, leaving you in the dirt. Zara, you were in the shrine chamber. You've seen Yerk just get dragged out and thrown.
Mhm.
What is it you're doing?
I go out and run and grab Yerk, pick him up. This is out of character. They're just saying this is like, we don't need them. We'll go to Sinri.
Here's what I'm really expecting to Yerk to finally crash out and go kill Lou, because
Oh, he's crashing out at some point. Back in character. Okay.
Oh, you didn't say that.
Yerk, it'll
You
be
shouldn't
fine.
say that, like.
Well, everything will be fine. I know that this is hard. We'll get this figured out. Just don't sway from your morals.
What light is there? What's moral? I've been casted. My faith wasn't enough. And just the darkness.
We'll go back to the others and we'll let them know what we know now.
If
And we'll see what
if it
happens.
if it wasn't for Lou and Atlas, whatever that thing was, into that Banshee Hawk.
Bah, 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 in the air.
Certified crash out immediately.
Don't do anything hasty that can get us all into more trouble. I think we should go home and
I tried to be nice.
I'm scared.
I tried. And all this problem after problem after problem.
Oh, sorry, Lou. I'm not a good talker. I can't swear.
You may have problems I can fix. Just
Shut up.
ask.
Get out of my
You-
head!
You hear Yerk just scream out into the air. He can only hear it. Only Yerk can.
Bruh. Okay.
Just ask, Yerk, and it shall be
What is
done.
it? What's wrong?
He's,
Tell
Do
me.
it.
he's just talking. He's just talking and talking.
Who's talking? Zarthal? What do you mean?
Eternus.
Where? He's not here.
He's in my head.
Let's get you.
Ah.
Let's get you home. As she's holding onto his arm, kind of trying to pull him towards the path to home.
All right. You all begin making your way back. About this time, Lou, you would be arriving to kind of ask for help in moving the box.
No, she's not there.
Valen, you are beginning to make your way. You have just arrived back in the tavern from your training with Caesar,
Certified
Mhm.
Christian.
and you
Certified
see Yerk being pulled along by Zara, kind of off in the distance. You two are right outside of the tavern. You all would be.
Does Yerk see Lou?
Nope.
Lou's
No.
talking to Valen and
So start your
Caesar right now.
start your conversation, and I'll give a thumbs up whenever you guys get within eye shot.
Valen, Caesar. I have a.
Caesar's not there.
I need. Oh, Valen, I need some assistance to move a lead box. If you are able to help.
Asking help from me. After everything that we've talked about, and yet you haven't given me an answer. I'm just being truthful.
I promise to be truthful from now on. I have said sorry, and I meant it.
Lou!
You hear yelling from behind you. As you whip around, you see Yerk being dragged upon.
He's like out of my grip now, and he's like tunneling Lou. I'm
He
trying to
draws
stop-
out a revolver and takes a
No!
shot.
Take your revenge. Let the feelings consume you. Roll to hit.
The room was too stunned to speak.
14.
Misses.
Erupts. Valen, you hear a massive bang as you hear a zip right past your head and a crack as it slams into a tree behind you.
Oh! I kind of move out of the way, kind of duck a little bit.
The turret golem will go into defense mode.
Into defense mode. You see it step in front and it folds into kind of like a riot barrier. You're just barely peeking over the top in the little slit of glass in it. You see Yerk. You turn around, Lou, in a moment as your turret instinctually takes a defensive position, and you see Yerk pointing the revolver at you.
What's this about?
Yerk pulls a Molotov.
Oh my god!
You have it.
Valen gets the hell out of the way.
Yes, let it consume you, Yerk. Punish those deserving of your hatred.
You took everything from me! And he tosses the Molotov.
I'm behind full coverage.
All right, it's a 5-foot, or sorry, a 10-foot. Are you really caring where you're hitting, building or otherwise?
Just his general direction.
Roll a dexterity check to see if you hit the building with the Molotov.
Oh no!
Lou
you're
Von,
gonna-
hey, don't cause more chaos. Burns the tavern down.
Lou's not causing it this time.
21.
21, just enough where it hits Lou and the turret golem. Lou, make a dexterity saving throw. You need to beat a 15.
Exactly 15. With dexterity, it's +3.
So you take half damage and you're not lit on fire. Go ahead, roll for the damage on that, Yerk.
Alright. I have that.
Valen, you were just outside the fire. You just see right in front of you.
Can I
I'm
go?
about to cast an evocation spell just so I can cast Sculpt.
Yeah.
Can I go and try to push him down?
Yerk?
Yeah.
Sure, after this.
I'm gonna tackle him.
So 10?
Huh?
So half of that, I guess.
Yep, so 5 points of fire damage to you, Lou, and 5 health to the turret golem.
Turret golem.
Not that it was damaged in the first place.
5 tip.
Banshee, fuck you. We're part of the injecting this. I'm not myself anymore.
Go ahead,
I
roll
have been casted
competing.
from the celestial grove.
Go ahead and roll competing strength check with Zara as she tries to tackle you. Luckily, it is actively snowing, so the fire dissipates fairly quickly.
What am I rolling for?
Competing strength.
Oh,
17.
damn. 11.
Yerk just pushed off.
Yerk pushes Zara. She falls into the snow. Jesus.
Blinded.
So, as you try to tackle him, you feel resistance, Zara, but not from his body, but from his wings. Yerk, you hear a voice. You must only ask. You want to get away? Let it be. Yerk,
No.
you feel a strength in your wings that you haven't felt before. You can try taking off.
Yerk, you know I wouldn't put you in harm's way if I knew that what was going to happen was going to happen. If I knew you were going to become exiled from whatever you're talking about or whatever's going on right now, you know I would not have put you through that. Are you seriously going to listen to this motherfucker and let him take over you?
I can't trust you.
Embrace it, Yerk.
You kept talking about being afraid, about being somebody different. You're letting it happen now.
Not listen to those that hurt you.
This
They wish
is
you
not
nothing
you.
but harm. I wish for you to succeed. Embrace my love, and it will bring you far.
You are still the clumsy bird that everybody loves. Do not listen to whatever he's trying to tell you.
Fly, Yerk. Take your revenge.
Yerk takes another shot at Blue.
Oh my god! Can I
Alright.
make a or can I throw a dagger at him? Jesus.
Roll the hit,
Did he?
and for both of you. Zara throwing a dagger, Yerk.
If I
Firing
see
around.
Zara pulling a dagger, I'm gonna throw a firebolt at her.
Hey!
26 to hit.
Dang.
26 to hit.
I'm behind cover. What is that?
You have
And-
3/4 cover, so it adds +5 to your AC.
Plus
I
5.
got a.
Okay. So yeah, that still hits.
It still
I got
hits.
a-
All right.
Yeah.
Roll for
that
damage,
goes up to
Yerk.
20.
And Zara, roll for your dagger to hit.
I got a 19, 13 plus 6, I think.
Yep.
Yeah,
12 for
13 plus-
damage.
12 for damage on Lou. Yerk, you take roll for damage, Zara. Actually, what's your AC, Yerk? It's
17.
17. Yep. So take the dagger damage plus sneak attack.
How much is it?
Hold on.
She's rolling. Roll with sneak attack too. Sorry.
What's the roll for damage for dagger?
Could I use my firebolt to prevent that attack?
This will be succession, so you'll go right after this.
Okay.
Where's my
Okay.
sword? Oh. Ah! 3 plus 3, so 6 for the regular for damage, and then you said plus the sneak attack?
Yep.
Oh,
3d6. I'm gonna just roll it on here. 3 plus 13.
13 more points of damage to you, Yerk. And then Valen, go ahead, roll your to hit for Firebolt.
Alright.
Towards me?
25.
Ah! You
Yeah,
got me.
is that a natural 20 or just a 25?
got me.
No, it was a 18 plus 7.
Yeah, that'll hit. Go ahead and roll for firebolt damage.
My bones are on fire.
All right, that's a
Bones are on
2d10.
fire.
2d10.
Oh
Yeah.
my god. You must.
Oh yeah, because your cantrip
Which one
damage
is
went
it?
up
8?
because you level up.
Yeah, first one's an 8.
All right.
Oh no, no. The next one is a 5.
So that's
Why?
13 points of fire damage to you, Zara, as you fire a shot, Yerk. You get stabbed in the back, and you see a firebolt cast. Zara, you get hit right in the side of the chest.
No fire.
Take flight,
People
my
still-
child.
People still care about you. Yerk.
Embrace it.
Zara still cares about you.
Do
She's trying to knock some
not
sense into you to bring you back to what you really
listen.
are, not what this is.
Yuck, stop.
One stretch is all it takes. You've wanted this. Fly.
Do it, mother trucker, and I will cut your head off.
Zara, stay back.
Don't tell me what to do.
You know who you are. You know you are not whatever he's telling you to do.
Do it, and you will have my grace. You may not have theirs, but I have faith in you, Yerk.
What about
And you
Azrael?
can have faith in me.
Do you remember the promise you made to her? Are you really going to break that now over this Eternus?
Do you not see how easily they casted you aside for a mistake not of your own? I will accept you for who you are, not the mistakes of others.
If I had the knowledge that Eternus would have been one that came out, I wouldn't have gone through it. And you know that.
Yerk, you wish to see them again, to fly with them once more. Do it.
Can I
Get
do
out
a
of my head! And he pokes a revolver to his head.
That's touch. That's.
All right.
Why are these random? Oh,
Click. It jams.
follow me. Why would you follow a stranger?
You'll come back to me. I know you will. And you hear the voice subside. Yerk collapses.
Your collapses. I'm collapsed.
Exhausted, you black out, Yerk. The rest of you
Father
are
was
standing there. A crowd has began to spread around. Luvon runs out. What the hells are going on out here?
Just a little scrape. Nothing to worry about.
I told you all to not do this on my property. Was I not clear?
It was not inside. It wasn't
That is-
I
inside.
still own the land outside of it.
It wasn't inside. Look, we got to take care
Deal
of.
with this, and I will be
That's what we're
adding
doing
the
right now.
damages to your tab.
No damages. No damages.
She looks at the side. You got lucky this time. Calm it down, or go somewhere
We
else.
got it. We got it.
This is your final warning. You will get kicked out, and I will keep the money for your rooms.
Totally fair. We got him taken care of.
She sees
Goddamn
Zara
bird.
has a little fire on her shoulder. And she goes.
Just the fire slowly dying down from the ice rain.
Fine. It's okay.
You see the crowd is all just like gawking at like a safe enough distance where some of them are kind of like hiding around buildings, but they're still
Hey,
watching.
show's over. Move it on. Move it on.
Fuck along. Nothing to see here.
You see the two guards that were just standing there. Everybody, clear it out. Clear it out. People
It's the
begin
ones
Is it the two
dispersing.
guards that I know about?
Yeah. They're kind of walking their way around the city. They just, everybody get up. And you see the crowd beginning to disperse.
So Zara,
You see Yerk
Mhm.
collapsed in the snow, just face first in the snow.
he could be there a minute.
Yeah.
What the fuck happened?
Apparently he's now some kind of he's part of Eternus now. So apparently he's now corrupted with this Eternus guy. So he hears him in his head, from what I can gather.
I kind of guessed that too with the whole soulbound shit.
Hmm.
All right.
And from what Zarthal, which I did get to talk to him today, said, is that there's no way that it can be fixed.
There is, but it's going to involve having to follow Sinner here.
The DMs.
Now, for that,
Yes, plans coming together to force the party to do what he says.
I'm not forcing jack shit.
All right, let's
Whatever we need to do to get him back.
the less, I mean, I know it's
let's head somewhere else and take care of the bird first.
All right.
Blue will load him onto the turret golem, and I guess we'll figure out where to go to have a conversation where we won't have to worry about getting kicked out.
Zara goes up to Valen, slaps him on the back of the head. That shit hurt.
You literally tried to stab the Birdman.
He
course
was
it hurt.
about to kill her.
And I kind of whisper this and remember it, just like, would it really been a bad call?
Grandpa.
God.
Welcome back, Zara.
I know.
I
Ew.
think you say one of your grandpas had
God, fucking at my freaking head chewed off by Zarthal.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sick of this shit. I'm breaking this damn orb and letting everything out.
Dirk immediately becomes the vassal next for Pestle.
Right.
All right, so we're taking Yerk to his room.
No,
Again?
we're going somewhere else to have a
Oh, we're going
conversation
somewhere else. Okay.
whatever we
to not get kicked out.
You do know you're always welcome at Daya's.
and my dad
There you go. You can go there. Oh, you need to go there anyway.
I am not taking a crashing out bird to lose kind of only friend right now.
Maybe she has some calming potions to calm him down or put him in a sedative state.
No, let's head out to the outskirts of town.
All right.
We'll have a conversation there.
How deep your conversation? Deep enough. We got to go to the outskirts of town.
Now that's a deep conversation, more just avoiding, anything else happening.
All right. Stop it.
The voices!
Like what voices?
Alright, so where are you all going?
Outside of town.
Outside of town?
Probably somewhere like near the river, maybe just whatever we can get out the fastest.
Alright.
She drowns him. She drowns Eric in the river.
Don't worry, Yerk, I got your back, dog.
Apparently.
What bird?
Are you heading out the west side of the city, eastern? Where are you going?
Probably western.
Western? I'd say, yeah, you just kind of
Yeah.
out here
Yeah.
somewhere.
Yeah.
Say you're outside the walls, just outside the city. You can see the gates, but you're about...
Yeah.
I'd say this is probably about a, 80, 90-foot river.
Okay.
So you're on the other side. The snow is falling. It is very cold. the sun is setting, the sounds of the forest ambience filling your ears, and the quietness of the outside.
She'll take the bird, dunk it in the ice cold water, and pull him back out to wake him up.
If you're laughing like that,
Yerk, you have 1 level of exhaustion. Please add that to your character sheet.
Lovely. Would that be in conditions?
Yep, it'll be under conditions. It'll say exhaustion. You have 1 level of exhaustion, which I believe is disadvantage on ability checks.
Yep.
Oh, yep, I see it. Yep.
So it would be the legacy one. So you have disadvantage on ability checks. So that is any ability check or attack roll.
Yeah, I guess I'm awake now.
Yeah, you get plunged into the frigid cold water as you shoot awake.
Morning, bird brain.
Get away from me.
Relax.
Calm down a bit.
Why did you send me, son? It was warranted. It was warranted. I left. Everything. All I did was just be nice. To you all. And this is what I.
We had. He was a 5th grade teacher.
Lou will look him dead in his eyes and don't ask you this again. If I had the information of truly, really knowing that Eternus was going to be the one that pops out, do you really think I would have done it?
We're all.
She slaps him. She slaps him. Yes or no?
Yerk and Bastian. I mean, what's the equivalent of fuck you in Bastian?
No,
I guess.
just you say fuck you in Baustrian. I don't know the translation.
Okay.
Chirp.
Fuck you.
You know I don't understand that language. So come on.
In Spanish?
Just answer the question.
Yerk just lays back for a second, doesn't answer.
Take the time. Just answer the question.
You feel as if the ability you may have had to fly does not persist. They feel as weak as they were before.
That was a huge like spike. What was that?
I don't know anymore, Lou. I don't.
Yes, you do.
This teacher, he's awesome and he's very.
It's a simple answer.
All I do is under Curtis. There's nothing I control anymore.
You are still in control. Yes or no? Do you really believe that I would have released Eternus on purpose?
So you could get back to your loved one? Yes.
All right.
I told you I would have helped you. But you kept me in the dark. And now I'm forsaken with this. Why? All I do is try. And all I get is all the bad stuff. All I get.
Lou is going to drop her pistol at his feet. That'll serve you better than your revolver will. No amount of sorries or anything else or promises I can make is going to fix anything.
Everybody
Holy shit.
Yeah.
And
with a natural 20.
male teachers already get the short
All
end
of
the
you,
stick
a shiver
with that
goes
kind of
down your
shit,
spine.
Let alone, again, he's never outwardly said it, so I'm not saying
Zara.
he's gay. Some people feel
You're holding
he
the
has,
orb in your
like, his
hand
voice
as
and
you've
his hair,
stepped
so
away
some
from
people
the
think he
party.
is. So
You
to
feel
have
a crack
that stacked on it, which
in
is
the
an
orb.
extra thing that people will profile you
And
for,
you all
we were like, "Oh, buddy, are you okay?" And he was like, "Yeah, I'm fine, just as long as I never have to see that fuck face again."
feel
But yeah,
the area around
apparently
you
he
grow
kinda
dark.
shouldn't call another teacher the equivalent of dick.
All of you now find
No.
yourself in the black, oily waters
Yeah, and that was
of
our
the
next
eternal
question, is like,
void.
how do you know about Diddy?
Shit.
Does the girl know about Diddy?
What the
I
hell
know
is
the
this?
internet,
We're in the
I'm
board.
trying to.
obviously. I don't know about
So
sorry.
it seems more than one of you wishes to heed my call. Yes, Zara, as you were so kind as to connect me with Yerk's friends.
Yeah, I knew that kid
What
was
is
a
it
little
you would
fucked up,
like
but I didn't know he was like,
for me to do?
because this is a teacher
I need you to do
that
something for me.
he's
Hmm.
highly respected. Even for a first year teacher, he's just
Switch us out. Yerk and me.
Really?
Does Lou hear this?
You were all there.
I didn't mean for them to all get here. It was supposed to just be me. By the way.
So where
So you wish to trade one life for another? Is that what I'm hearing?
does Lou see where this Eternus stand is or anything?
Yeah, the void is extending out in more of a humanoid form, kind of in the center of you all. And it's just passing by. You see the darkness is almost impossibly black. Void of all light except for the eyes and the deep, crooked smile. The
Zara,
space
don't.
and light around it almost bending like a black hole. So you
Everything you do
wish
is-
to
is Luke
aid
close to
me, Zara?
Is Lou close to this?
Yeah,
Like with the dirt golem? Okay.
Turgolem's not
She's
there.
going. It's not
It's
there.
not.
Just the living beings.
Shit. Because she'd been holding it onto it, and it come with.
This is your souls in this land. This
Well,
ain't
Everything you do
this ain't
is-
material, buddy.
Okay.
Everything you do, Zara, is
So-
part of its plan. Do not do this.
You see,
This-
it's getting closer to you, Zara.
This is a question for you, DM, because this is like I have an idea right now, but
Mhm.
I'm not sure how effective it's going to be.
Okay.
Could she force like a magical detonation with her soul?
No.
If she really forced it and tried to use her magic to forcefully detonate it.
You could try. Roll an Arcana check.
Natural 20 plus 7.
27.
Yep.
Failure. DC's a 30 for that.
Damn.
Damn.
Close.
Yeah.
You try to will it, but you see a shadowed arm reach out. And you see it almost sucks your soul back into place. Not here. Not now. I have a deal to make. Zara, it was...
Yep.
You had something intriguing to ask me.
Switch us out.
Why?
He's too good for this
Don't
world.
let
And you're not? Why
Yes,
have
I-
one when I could have both? All, perhaps, if I'm lucky.
No. No.
No, Zara. Take me
Then
back
what-
to the wasteland.
Then why not choose somebody who's more important?
Oh, she's important, all right.
Yeah, she's got her Grim Reapers abilities and shit like that, but does she have otherworldly knowledge?
I don't need knowledge. I need icons of my will and my love, those to spread it.
Then allow me to spread it.
And I should have
Not only
many.
not only in this place, but in the next. Multiple
I-
dimensions.
Can I call on Wilma to show up
What
while
do
they're
you
having conversation?
What do you say?
I'm just gonna kind of pull back and be like, Wilma, if you're gonna show up, now's the time to bring Sinrir.
So, as he's looking at you, Zara, then it shall be a deal. And he begins to
No.
put his hand out towards you. You begin to shake it. And you all hear a shatter. As you all are thrust back into reality, you hear. And you all of you, erupt back into space. You slam into the snow below, the cold ice immediately hitting you. Valen,
Immediately picking on Zara.
you are standing there, and you look to your right, and there is a little 3-foot tall imp with her hand stretched out. And you see the orb that was in the center of you all just floating. And you see this aura, this pink and purple aura just surrounding it. You see she's like shaking. You waited to the last moment to call me. I'm glad you did.
Thank you for that, Valen.
You're welcome.
Lou's
Thank
checking
you
on,
for coming
on
in.
Zara. Is anything
Zara?
different markings?
You were not able to make contact.
Zara, that was stupid of you.
After Lou checks that she's okay and everything, she slaps the shit out of her. you, you stupid, stupid child.
I'm actually in my 20s now.
I'm 200 years old. You are a child.
Hey, Valen, what's going on right now? You guys weren't attempting to converse with whatever was in this orb, were you?
Yep.
That wasn't the initial goal, I'm under my impression, but somehow Eternus found us. And Zara here was trying to body swap for Yerk's current divine condition.
Zara, you are a stupid child.
Your goes hug Zara, crying at this point. Just
I did what I needed to do.
There are other ways.
Oh, many other ways.
He can't handle this anymore. Do you see him? Look at him.
I do. You see,
That's-
He almost killed everybody.
Zara.
she pulls the orb towards her and is just kind of having it float above her hand.
What he needs isn't to be replaced. What
He almost killed you.
What he needs is support. Him attacking me was cause and effect. He was obviously upset. I'm surprised it didn't happen earlier.
And it almost got me killed.
That's
And it
because
almost got Valen.
yeah, that's because Valen being stupid over there. But we'll deal with that later. For now, there are other ways. Right now, it's to support him and tell him he is not following whatever this Eternus thing is.
We've been telling him, and he's going batshit crazy.
That's when you
What's
smack
to
the
say he
shit.
doesn't blow
That's
up
when you
right
smack
now?
the shit out of him and you shake him.
Valen, what is going on and how can I help?
right now.
Wilma, I think you've done enough currently, and I really appreciate you stepping in. This is kind of an internal party thing
That
going on.
required quite a bit of power from my end. I'm gonna need a little bit more of an explanation. I'm willing to help, but I at least want to know why.
Let's get through this first, and we'll get there. Okay.
All right.
I'm sorry, but just park it right now. I'm sorry.
Playing with the orb
His
like a
Eternus still
Fushigi
part of
ball.
me.
Yeah.
For those that get that
I'm-
reference.
For somebody that's emotionally broken, you literally have to tell them on repeat multiple times. It's annoying, it's frustrating, but you can't replace what they've been through. Even if it was successful, he's still gonna be broken. Hell, it'd have been even worse knowing that you were in his place. That'd have been way worse. That probably would have been the thing that ended him right then and there.
What did this
He's
handshake do?
understand.
What did it do?
It didn't do anything. She's fine. Nothing's changed. Everything's still the same.
Did it do
Eternus
anything?
still part of me.
Not that you could tell.
And all that I can tell. So this is just reassuring Yerk. So don't do anything stupid like that again, child.
Y'all think it's stupid.
It
But I
really
don't
was.
think it's stupid. I don't think it was stupid. We can have our differences. You
Yeah.
can call me stupid, think I'm a child, but I know what I was doing.
I know that. But I'm going to call it like I see it. Okay?
You didn't need this burden. You didn't need it, son.
So listen. No matter how much this bird brain breaks down, be there to support him. And if he needs a slap to remind him that, everything's going to be okay, things will be figured out, smack the shit out of him. Okay? This is, like I said, this is just natural cause and effect. He had pent up anger and he had to let it out. This was the way he was letting it out.
No, it
And you're
wasn't angry.
Can you concentrate to see if the Eternus is still with him in some way?
Roll a religion check.
One. Yeah, not a natural one, just one.
You're
That's one.
exhausted. You're mentally tired.
All right.
So tired.
Just let you know that plan was stupid. Please don't do it again. Can you promise me that? Self-sacrifice is an ultimate thing, but it's not something that you should do. You only have one life.
One life.
I
One
do.
life.
I got two.
I know with Yerk, not you. Just I know you have your whole Reaper thing, but being the Reaper, you should also know that life's an important thing.
Zara seemed like she died twice.
Zara,
You're
what
making
was
it
your method behind swapping for Yerk?
so he can have sound mind, peace, and I was going to go away again.
Do you
Far
think
away.
that would bring Yerk peace?
To know that he's not corrupted by this thing? Yes.
No,
To know
it
that
would not have.
his friend took over his burden, unwillingly to even ask of Yerk's opinion.
No matter what, whether I'm here in this frame or there, I am burdened by everything. So what not this thing here? And at
Because
least I
it's
can
not for
What
handle
about
you
it.
to decide.
Everybody has
I would have
burdens.
at least bought time.
Everybody
Not
has
Bought
Yes, you just almost killed Lou. What
guys.
do you mean time?
Zara, it's all right. Listen, everybody has their own burdens that they take care of, but not everybody should handle more burdens than they can handle. Okay, Right now, you have the burden of being the Grim Reaper. That's a pretty big thing. Dealing with Eternus as well too. That's more than you can probably handle. All
Speaking
right.
of burdens, we got another one coming, by the way, thanks to the incident of the ejection of the corruption to the Banshee Hawk. We have this wonderful person coming to see us by the name of Archangel Michael. Anybody? Ring a bell?
Yes,
Apparently
to a
very
certain degree.
Excuse
tell you-
me?
I'll tell
You
you.
hear
I'll tell everybody-
Wilma's voice crack.
I'll tell everybody here right now. I will go ahead and do the talking with Michael then. Okay. You can laugh all you
Oh,
want.
as your little thunder, just knock me out. Just
I like
knock me
that.
out, please. I can't take it. I can't take this. Knock me out.
May be able to provide a solution to this.
I will let me do the talking at least first. Okay.
No, I mean like pretty quickly.
On the
Right.
St. Michael thing.
On Yerk's current situation.
Yerk, go over to William.
Well,
That
Wilma.
was Wilma.
Wilma. Sorry. Stressful situation.
it is something that I may be able to provide
But
given
we don't send rear crap.
the situation and our previous talkings.
Well, Zara, right now, do you think that would be better than what he's currently going through?
Yerk's situation
So
may
you
be
want us to
resolved and a
consider-
certain bond will be able to be severed.
See? There was another way to take care of it.
Yeah,
You
the
didn't have to
cost of
sacrifice
us
yourself.
all obeying to Sinrir.
Let's hear her out. We haven't even heard what the solution is.
I didn't want. It seems like this is something important, yes.
You could say that, yeah.
And I can assume that I can trust that regardless of what I say, it will not dissuade you one way or another in regards of helping us.
It won't.
When I said we could bestow gifts, I mean something equivalent to the separation of Yerk from his current bond. As the whole concept of the magics that Sinrir works with, separation of magic is his priority. He can do it on much smaller scales. This may be a scale that he would possibly be able to destroy that bond.
Epic.
Rather than one taking it over the other, Mask is returned, Yerk is set free. But I didn't want to say, because I didn't want to seem like I was trying
Dad,
to
are you
persuade
planning
you.
on getting your deposit back at this place?
It's not a persuasion, it's a opportunity that's been presented.
Wilma, what happens if we sever the connection between Yerk and Eternus? What will the repercussions of that severance cause or possibility of causing? That way we can kind of assess our risks.
It depends on how it's done.
Okay.
In my opinion, it would be beneficial one way or the other. There is a chance that Yerk dies. Permanently. But if this continues, there is also a chance of more people dying. Or him dying anyways. That, I'm guessing, is a guarantee. But this severance, with support, luckily I'm a cleric, with support, I may be able to prevent him from dying in that process. But if we are successful, that soul bond will be shattered. And he may be set free.
But Eternus is that needs to have another soul. So where is it going?
This is a soul bond. This is for lack of a better term, Yerk is currently a phylactery, a bounded vessel. If one vessel fails, the soul is transferred to another. I'm assuming that the Banshee Hawk is the current living soul. If it were to die, it would transfer to Yerk as a vessel. If we can break that bond, it will prevent Yerk transforming when the Banshee Hawk dies. It will also limit massively the amount of influence that Eternus has over Yerk's mind, which, from what I just walked into, I assume is pretty great right now. Am I correct in assuming that?
Yeah.
Since you're
Zara?
not, since you do not want to be, make us force a choice on us. Is this seems like the only way? There's
You,
no other options.
a spell that we are capable of casting, others do know. So there are others if you wish to seek it out that way. If you can find a
What is the
cleric that
spell?
if you find a cleric that will help you, it's Greater Remove Curse. You won't be able to cast it, Valen. Not at your level.
I know that. I know.
What about Cesar?
Wilma, in your opinion, is anybody in the church that's here powerful enough to do that?
Say that again.
Wilma, do you know if there's anybody in the church that's here powerful enough to cast the greater curse removal?
Not here. That would be someone within the capital, most likely the high priests. But the like, number one in the church. This would most likely require a 9th level remove curse, which is the maximum potential a curse could be placed. And currently, Senrir is the only one that I know directly that can do it.
Of course he is.
Zara, I know.
Like I said, I didn't want. You can go out and find someone else to cast it.
We can. But, Zara, right now, this one is the quickest way. We just got to find the mask and give it to him. Now, does that mean we have to do all the others now?
You can always walk out whenever you feel that it is unsafe or whatever you're feeling. At any point, you can stop.
Let me ask you
Wilma,
this.
would 1 second. Would Lokil or Aleolith be able to
Yes.
be strong enough? Okay.
Zara, I know you care for Yerk. You've shown it. Not always with you going over your current burden. And I know you dislike for Fresenior, but if this is an option, I know you'll still choose it, even though you're not too happy about the whole Senrir thing.
Guys, if we can find the Cardinal Witch, she can cast the same spell.
There's another option.
I'm assuming she's not here in the city.
Most likely not, but I need to go to this magical place that may have some intercept to make it us closer to her. Not quite sure if she'll be there, but I need to go to the Mansion of Arcanum. And in order to get there, it's very exclusive and it's very hidden and will require some travel. In order to get there, Caesar knows the exact path and he's kind of giving me a direction. Lokil, is the final judgment if we're able to stay there or not.
Okay.
I need you guys to promise me something then.
Well, hang on, Yerk. This is gonna be a long travel. Do you think you'd be strong enough to make it there mentally?
Don't know.
Would you be stronger if I
Lost
wasn't
my
around?
Can you make me that weapon that Atlas was using?
Would she be able to?
It requires some time, but yeah.
What weapon?
What about the shotgun off the turret golem?
You could detach that. You'll lose that ability on the turret, obviously.
That's fine right now, but I need you to answer this question first. Would you be better mentally if I wasn't around?
Can you promise that you will be? Let us know of anything that happens. I mean, anything. If you don't let one thing keep back in your mind, I will shoot you myself.
That's just the
I
answer I
am
need.
done with this lying.
She goes over and detaches the shotgun and tosses it over to Yerk and gives him the 150 ammunition for it.
For the shotgun.
Yeah. Then I will take my leave here.
You're just
Scary.
I have 16 days until Valen
Barzil.
comes through. Varzil comes through with the
Use your cheat sheet, goddammit.
emotional situation.
Nah, you're good. You're good.
Until Varzil comes through with the promise. I can use that promise to probably go home.
Tracy, did you let
So
LT in somewhere?
We could also help you
truthfully-
with that,
in my room.
Blue.
I know. But you
with,
helping me means
with-
being still with them.
Nope.
And right now,
it's
If it's done quickly,
I,
I have information on where it is. I may be able to help you get in and get to it.
either way, I shouldn't be around anymore.
I truthfully wish best of luck for you. You'll find health reunited with your loved one.
Yerk, don't
But right
lie.
now,
Yerk, don't.
is
Just
not-
stop. Just stop.
that is not a lie.
No,
I
listen.
will.
Yerk, listen.
I am still
Yerk,
really want to
listen.
shoot you.
Listen. This is apparently something that you haven't been taught early on. So let this old lady teach you this. People lie. People are going to lie. It's up to you to decide to trust them or not. And if they break that trust, hey, they break that trust. It happens. But that trust
I don't
is
have to
is,
do.
is, eas- is easily earned back. Can be easily earned back. All right. So take the
I
pistol.
don't have to trust
Take
you.
take the pistol. Take the shotgun. Let that be the last thing I offer for y'all's travel. All right.
To go with the knowledge that I think I'm lying, but it's as truthful as I can be with me trying to actually shoot you.
Zara,
Yeah.
don't do anything stupid again. Think through it first. Don't just jump the deep end.
No promises.
Yeah. Valen, I know we haven't met long. You don't have much of an opinion on me. Don't wait on people. If you want to talk about something about yourself, talk to them. Tell them your story. Don't wait for people to ask about it. If you wait on people to ask about it, it's going to take fucking forever.
I'm in no rush to tell my story, believe me.
Wasn't sure. Make sure crush Caesar when you get the chance.
I plan on it.
That she'll take out. She'll take her exit.
Good luck, Lou.
All right. So Lou's leaving.
Yeah, she's leaving the party.
All right. Lou begins walking away, leaving Valen, Zara, Yerk, and Wilma standing there. Well, that seemed intense.
You think?
I mean no offense by it. I was kind of drawn here, so I'm still trying to catch up. But
I hope that doesn't negatively affect you now, whatever you did.
me? Oh, it'll probably come back to bite me in the ass, but I've fended for myself for a long time.
I'm sorry Lou shot you in the head.
It's happened more times than you think. I have died, well, more times than I can count, as per the nature of an imp.
Yerk plucks a feather off him and give it to Wilma.
My God, you're gonna be featherless.
Thank you very much, Yerk. She kind of puts it in a little pocket where
Sticking out.
where like the folded handkerchief would be. She just like tucks it in.
Just sticking out.
Yeah, exactly. Just straight up. It's
Wilma,
kind of just brushing her face. You see her ear just kind of constantly like doing this as it's flicking it.
Wilma, you know how this goes. I'm not entirely inclined to follow Center. But
You do not have to follow him. Help is all we ask. You can help with this one task, get your reward, and never speak to me again. That is your prerogative. But
and he helped the wasteland.
once the magic is gone from this world, there will be no more arcane radiation. Austria will return to the way nature intends it.
Okay. Let me think on it.
Of course.
If you really think about it, once magic is gone, I'm gone regardless.
To be fair, I don't know much about it, so I didn't really thought of that either. But now that so much unknown that I don't know, and that is coming to light,
So
so
will
hard to think about
James
this.
and Vanya.
Right?
James will cease to exist, which is kind of the reason they left, to be safe.
If I'm right, uh, not too sure.
I think we
I'm
find our
just
own way.
exhausted. I'm exhausted, and I need. To be fair, I'm doing in health right now, and I want to go to sleep. So
Okay.
I'm at this point thinking rationally, irrationally at this point. If you could tell,
Well, I would suggest let's go back to the tavern for our final night, eat, pack up on anything that we need, grab our remains, close out our rooms, and then go and travel to reach the mansion of Arcanum to look for Lokiel the Witch to hopefully remove this soul bond.
All right.
So you wish to
Head back.
travel instead of helping? Is that what I'm hearing?
For now, how much time do we have on this offer?
2 days. Or I'll find another group.
Okay.
Right. You two have to promise me something. Zara, Valen. I may not be able to be, but if something happens, I need you to find a way to kill me. Find a way. I cannot become another of what happened with Atlas. Please. You have to.
You have my word.
If we're gonna go this route.
That I can do.
Thank you. Zara, I need to hear from you too. Please. If there's a way. Please. I cannot fathom what this could happen to the rest of you. Or this world.
And I promise. And I will
Please.
be sure to harbor your soul.
Thank you. Now, let's get some rest. I guess set off of Port Theriton. Set off from here.
Yep.
I think I might need help.
Oh shit. We don't got a turret golem
Just-
anymore. We can carry his ass.
Your just falls back and just like falls asleep a little bit.
Zara, get on one side. I'll get on the other. Grab his arms.
Throw his arms around me and start dragging him along.
Yeah.
So, as the party is returning to the city, Lou, where did you walk off to?
I don't think she had any set destination in mind. I think she just mainly kept walking. If she happened to come across a crossroad, she came across a crossroad.
All right. As you're walking back, Lou, you hear a voice.
Oh gosh.
Well, you hold on. Gotta get the voice right. Well, seems you were a little quick on the gun with the task I asked you to do, Lou. I was expecting it to be a little longer than that.
Yeah, well, when you have something important you need to get back to, you tend to make it a quick thing.
Well, I figured I shouldn't wait as long. Now, I can't promise you your dimensional box, but I can promise you transport. Can't promise you won't find yourself in a sticky situation, you and your girl. But I may or may not have pulled a few favors, and I can get you to the Erebus station.
I think that'll do. And I was able to talk my way again out to raise an Eternus, apparently, so I think I'll be able to get myself out of anything.
Yeah, I wanted to thank you for that. You've done me a great deal of help. But
Yeah.
that's for me to know and you not to. So let's say we get on a roll and get you home. I hope what you did was
Yeah.
worth it. It may not be to her.
Yeah. We'll find out when we find out.
Well, take my hand and we'll be off.
She'll just do that.
As you grab his hand, thank you for making a deal with me, Lou. It's nice to have some more property around. And Lou and Varzil disappear. Lou, you find yourself landing in your bedroom on the Erebus station. your girlfriend, nowhere to be found. And that is where we will end tonight's session.
Oh,
Cosmo
fucking A.
Eternum.
Gosh. Man, that liquid courage is something, all right?
Well, hope you all had fun. I did.
Yeah.
that was fun.
That was emotional as shit.
If
Fuck.
I didn't call Wilma during Eternus, would that have played out the same? That's what I want to know.
I'm not telling you.
I
I know exactly how that was going to play out.
Oh yeah.
Fuck.
It'll be nice to
Fuck
see
me.
what route you guys choose. There's multiple.
I believe it. That was kind of all of this session is multiple routes.
This was a lot of your
Now,
what
the
are we
question is
doing? Here's all our
Yeah.
pathways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now the question is if they would be willing to help.
Mm-hmm. All that
That
travel
seems
for a
like
possibility or a right here guarantee?
I mean, there's no guarantee I could die. For both ways.
I mean, regardless of who does it, there's a chance. But what was
Yep.
it? What was it that was said? Devil that you know is better than a devil that you don't.
Yep.
Y'all
Yep.
know
Why-
Wilma. Y'all don't know Lokeel.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I was
Mhm.
like, it's better if it's me because either way, I'm dead. Once magic's gone, I'm dead, regardless. At least he would have been able to live.
If I'm trying to prevent
you-
magic from being gone, which is why I'm not
Yeah, it's
helping
kind
you.
of like Valen
Yeah.
relies on it very heavily for everything.
And
Plus,
you will leave the burden of your death on Yerk.
Yeah, that was
And also-
crazy work. Here, let me take it so he doesn't have to deal with it. It's like, well, now I got to deal with you dying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the other thing too is because you are Grim Reaper, you are considered a spiritual entity, so you probably would just be locked up with the rest of the gods instead of just actually killed off.
Also, something to think
Either
about.
way, it's still a burden on him, regardless. Whether I'm switched out
I
with
think
him
it's
or
probably
I think
Probably,
I think he would
at
be.
least-
I think he would be better off knowing that you're still alive than dead.
would he know? We don't know.
I do.
Exactly.
Oh, Yerk is on this lovely. Now he hasn't taken time. Anything to happen.
How'd you like those voices, by the way? Everyone speaking at
I gotta use
Yerk
the
at
restroom.
once.
Be right back.
I could tell you were freaking out. Like, I don't know who to listen to.
Yeah, that was hard. That was really hard.
Mhm.
Just damn Eternum talking about this going on. It's again mentally Yerk is just going down.
The bird brain is overloading, and it wasn't very big to begin with.